Starting it off, it's OpenTTD, it's the whole world, and we're finishing it off today. This game has had its time in the limelight for a considerable length of time, and I'm still enjoying it, which is a good sign, but all things have to come to an end at some point. So what we're going to do this session is we're going to bring in all the Asian cities and countries that have yet to transpire onto the map, fold them into the Pax Americana, and even fix some glaring issues we've had for a while. I'm not going to redo the American system. I find it quite heartwarming how terribly clogged up it is in places after leaving it all this time. Future Jake will probably come and plug away at this save long after it is done with streaming, the same way I do in RimWorld and Factorio and other Play Forever games. But there are some things that were a problem from the start and I still didn't fix, and those are, dare I say, American states that are trying to secede from the Pax Americana. We'll name and shame them now, but we won't bring them in until the very end. Specifically, I believe Montana is one of them. Montana has its own glorious metro, first metro I put in the game, and it's actually been quite a successful one, aiding Montana growth. But it is segregated from the Pax Americana. Same can be said for Texas and Florida, and I'm not sure if there's another one, but if there is, we will find them, won't we? Florida, Texas, wow. Iowa and Minnesota, and I think even Michigan. Actually, realistically, the only ones that properly got folded in were the people in the main Arizona to Maryland route. So there's quite a few states in the US that really need folded in good and proper. I am really happy with how some of the places fleshed out though. British Columbia, we'll put it down, it was just a church and a rugby stadium on the island here, but it's actually fleshed out, taken it all over, and I believe that's it invading the mainland. Good job, British Columbia. And then I feel sorry for the likes of Hawaii, who, try as they might, it's not possible for them to grow any further. At least they have 100% coverage on the isle, so every single person and unit of mail that wants to go away from Hawaii can. I can't say the same for those that want to get into Hawaii because they have to exchange, I believe, at California Central, right? And that is one packed place. But such is the nature of the beast, let's not be too worried about that. Let's be worried at something I did that was an absolute cop-out, and that was India. After putting so many places on the map, I looked at India and I went, yeah, there are possibilities, but thunk, in went India. No, we're better than that. We can be a whole lot better than that. So what are we going to do? Well, I'm going to do what I do in most of these cases and just go crawling to what somebody else recommends, and that somebody else is TBW. He put in a recommendation for a few areas here. Now, I am not the India file, or whatever you would call that, subcontinenta file. God knows. I'm not huge on India, especially not contemporary India, but TBW put in this map, so I'll go with whatever he says. He reckons there should be a Tamil Nadu down there, and a Maharashtra. I'm going by a map that he said about here-ish. Oh, helps if I actually have my place sign thing here. Maharashtra. All things considered, I could just slam the cities down straight away, but if I'm making a mistake, at least right now people can yell at me, whereas if I just slam the city down, there is, to my knowledge, no way to just delete the city. So what would this be? Andhra Pradesh. Not one of these are a tag in EU4, so of course it's flying way over my head. And then northern India would be Uttar Pradesh, somewhere around here. Well, good enough for me. I doubt we have anybody here that knows any better. We used to have Lasan Shi, who was an Indian in the community, a DDR-oriented one, but they seem to have just kind of disappeared. What a shame. I'm honestly shedding a tear here, seeing Jake grow from being anxious when dropping by during the Retrothon, and now he's all happy, confident, and amazingly skilled. They grow up so quickly, don't they? Anxious when dropping by during the Retrothon, happy, confident... Oh, maybe you're talking about in OpenTTD. Well, I wouldn't go that far, but I certainly feel very comfortable with the game. I did not starting out, that is for sure. So, what I want to do first is connect up the errant lines here that are north of the Beijing to Sverdlovsk line, even if it's just with errant single rails, at least it brings them in. Another consideration is having a main run of Iran, which may or may not go to Beijing. It might go a little central. Haven't completely figured that one out because I don't think I linked Iran to a... Oh yeah, I gave Iran a port, but it might not be the best of ports because going through the Caspian seems like a bad idea. As I recall, I was thinking about this one and then overthinking it and I went, future Jake's problem. Well, now I am future Jake. My main concern is that I need another fairly high capacity line that runs the same way the Iberia to... where even is it? The Far East Exchange does. Like, that is a good line, moves a lot of people. The alternative is I could plug everything else into the Far East Exchange around here, but I am pretty low on room to plug people into the Eastern European Exchange, and Sverdlovsk is completely jam-packed, which is why I would like something with a... well, actually, putting it in Egypt is tempting, but this accursed river is in the way. Israel is even more tempting, but I've also gone and done bad things for you. Maybe Iran could kind of pop out, screw that, and just have a big Iran run along here. From there, though, they would have to transfer elsewhere. You know what? I'm still going to postpone that one to future, Jake. For now, I want these people connected up. So. You're already used up here, and there is not a single tile still usable here to expand Sverdlovsk. Fortunately, though, people seem to move through here just fine. We'll see it better if the game is actually unpaused. Not backing up with thousands of people. I really think that having this one big, enormous throughput line is pretty beneficial. Look at you, you're even running pretty damn full. Makes me kind of proud there. Having packs make decent money. Is Greenland still the city of world's desire? It absolutely is. I was hoping Greenland would have expanded more during this time, but we already have Greenland on maximum growth. I think it's just a case that they spend so much time tearing down existing buildings and upgrading them, rather than just spreading out. Once it gets to a certain population, it seems like they're more interested in putting in more high-rises than just more buildings. That's not to say they're not putting out more buildings, and every time they do, I feel all the better about the metro that I gave them. And as we can see here, it is number 1. It's a city, so it grows even faster than most, but Liberia is not too far behind them. So proud of Liberia and very happy with the metro system I gave them. Liberia doesn't grow quite so much though, because I've grown outside of my metro system here. So I'm only transporting about half the passengers that want to move, and less than half of the mail. I don't think I'll be improving that here and now. I will, however, feel a bit sad that Liberia Central is too small. I thought this dedicated high-speed rail thing was going to be better than it was, but although it is dedicated and relatively high speed, it's even slower than the monorail, and certainly slower than the maglev. And there's just something about these vehicles that go along it. There are very few of them, and they're not that great at capacity. Where are you? Here we are. So the fastest we have 202 kilometers per hour. 226 if it's on the... oh, well, even up to 300 if it uses this kind of rail. But standard monorail can beat that. I don't know, I'm not really seeing the use of dedicated high speed so much. And there's something about the rails that don't look quite so nice as regular. I think it's the bright colours. Well, that bright brown. Anyway, just being a naggy aggie right now, probably to put off the idea of linking up these little stations here. Mongolia is, Zabayek is, Buryatia needs to be linked in one way or the other. Why did I put this little extra bit on the Far East Exchange? I'm sure I had an idea about that, and I'm sure I don't know what it was. It was probably putting out a rail here and then plugging all these guys in, which wouldn't be unreasonable. Wouldn't be unreasonable. Kinda has to be put in this area. Dedicated high speed is just podified conveyor belts. This game doesn't do conveyor belts, but if it did... Still having a quick think about this one. I could easily just plug them. Depends how frequent I want these things running, I suppose. Right. Thinking about it is terrible. Thinking never gets me anywhere. Doing, on the other hand, doing's what makes winners winners. Let's flatten this out a bit so that these monorails can actually go somewhere from here. Now, if they come along, I want Buryatia, Cassia, and whatnot plugged in. The thing is, I don't know what Future Jake was thinking with this line. How long is that? 9 length is pretty hefty in terms of length. I suppose what I was thinking was a fairly infrequent run here, but with high capacity might work out to my benefit. It's the best I can imagine. In that case, we're going to have a 4 and a 5 added to you. Oop, wrong kind of 5. And of course I want it to be flattened out as much as possible. But I can't because you're in the way. There we go. Trust me, Buryatians, this is for your benefit. So this is Buryatia Central. Not Centra. Central. How's this going to be? I was reading a comment on YouTube that said something on the lines of, "They're glad I'm playing it, but they are thoroughly disgusted with my designs," and that's okay. Evoking emotions of disgust on this channel is nothing new. Had my own fair share of disgust during that weekly one-shot, I tell you. Still more than a little bitter about that. Right. Tuva is going to be joining you here, so I think I need you popping out after this. A little more, a little more. As long as it's all mutual. How in the world is that too long? My maximum tunnel length allowed is... Ah, it was fine. It was just coming out the wrong way. There you go. Coming along. Buryatia can plug in here. Tuva, on the other hand. Where and how are you plugging in? Suppose that's up to you. Again, Jake, you know who you can trust in this community with fair challenges. No, I don't. That's the problem. At least the person who submitted the challenge, or at least somebody using their name, did comment on the YouTube video. I'm not entirely sure what they were getting at with their comment, but hey ho. Right, let's extend you out a bit so there's a bit of space here. Buryatia gets its 5, then it's 4. At least there'll be plenty of space for them here. Did I say Buryatia? This is Tuva. Tana Tuva Central. Tanu? What? You'll also plug in. And who else is in need of the plugging in here? Hadassia. But once we go over to Omsk, I start to wonder if it's even worth going all that way when they probably want to go over to Sverdlovsk. Same with the Altai here. Although Altai could probably get in... Well, actually, I'll tell you what, if Altai plugged in here a bit more directly, Altai could probably suck up Omsk. But then why wouldn't Omsk just plug in directly? No, I think this will work fine. Come along here first. Wrong one, can we not bridge down a touch? Oh, actually that doesn't look too shabby at all. Now we have tubular steel, which allows us to make longer bridges without impacting on the speed. And can we get up and over to Altai here? Of course we can. Ooh, that's a little ugly. That's okay. You willing to come across here without causing me trouble? To a degree. Okay, nature can heal whatever damage I do here. Snow and whatnot can and will return. Right, as for you, Altai, I want you to have a hefty 2-tracker going this way. Are we willing to burn down the town for it, though? The answer might surprise you. What doesn't surprise me is that I'm not actually able to level it out so well. It's okay, though. Just like nature, the city will adapt. Ooh, might not like that so much. How about we make it 2-track, 1 length, and then we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Nah. 9. Bear with it. Okay, that might not be so bad. We just need you to plug in accordingly. Are you willing to come out just a bit more? If you do, then we just need you to shoot along and up. Hey, not bad. Not bad at all. We're going to suffer on the uphill there for the poor monorail. None too shabby. Jake decided he should burn down a town, cue the flashbacks to Italy and London. We learnt a lot by fully destroying London in the previous run. As for now, London is essentially Morrison's car park, which I don't mind one bit. England at 2400, Republic of Ireland 27, 19 for Northern Ireland, Scotland at 29. Did I ever actually give Scotland that fruit? I did. They're not really going to get any of those other goods though, because they don't have a port to demolish the China clay, nor a beating heart furnace for coal and scrap metal. So Scotland just has to make do with their alcohol, which doesn't even get shipped off anywhere. They just get artisan apples from northern Greenland, best growing climate in the world, right? Okay, this run comes over to Altai Central, which is all well and good. Omsk. I'm starting to wonder if Omsk should have a road that links into Altai and to Kurgan. Otherwise, if they only go through Altai, they've got a long, long way to go. But if they only go to Kurgan, they're probably going to clog Kurgan up something fierce. So I'm going to go with what's sensible here. Even though it's double the work. Over we go. Oh, chings, even those are getting tubular steely. So, well, for one, I don't like seeing you. Bridging impacts on the speed less. Omsk can have a station here and here for all of their roadie needs. You know, I was going to say I'm going to miss playing this. I'm probably still going to be playing this just off stream. Right, how are we going to do this? Nothing fancy. I'll just put you here for the mail, and you here for the not mail. And we won't call you stores, this will be the plaza. Of course it means you need to link over to Kurgan. This here, linking up to the central, and you know, something I quite like about this thing is floating around here. I wonder if I could do the same with buses. Oh, there we go, nice. Then they're going to spill off the main road to go and see to you there. But Omsk also wants to connect up to Altai, up this probably very annoying to drive up the road. This isn't going to work, is it? Far from it. So, when in doubt, go under. God, there's something I just find so satisfying about the building of tunnels in this game, even more so than bridges. You're a bit of a pain. Why are you such a pain? Actually, why are you such a pain? I'll tell you what would make it better. If you were just slightly elevated here and here, then this could be flat, and that could be our route down. And that gives you a clean route over here. And then Altai will similarly get a station here and here. There we go. Lovely, arbitrary decision making, as it should be. If anybody needs maintenance, I suppose they can get it anywhere, because it's not exactly expensive to put down these depots. I'll put one here, and I will put one right here, snug up against the water, so they can have all the fresh water they want. Should I put one inside Omsk as well? I don't see why not, as long as somebody burns for it. And I imagine our vehicles haven't changed here at all, but check by running date. Not for all cargo types, passengers, yeah, still action coach. Action coach from Omsk to Kurgan Central. Make sure it is automated, separated, and honestly 4 of them should suffice, but I'm going to do 5. Do 6 even. And then get our Little Duke mail carrier to do the same journey. And 3 of you should suffice. Huzzah. And then of course, we need it to go the other way. Omsk to Altai. 3 of you should suffice with this locomotive, fine by me. Automate them and make sure that the action coach does the same job. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of you again should suffice. And since we copied over, it copies over automate and separate. That was a lot of effort just to do one little city there, but it plugs into Altai, which is already plugging its way over the Far East Exchange. Slight concern might be people taking the Far East Exchange change over to Altai to take that bus over there, but surely not. Because the Far East Exchange is a direct route, it doesn't even have any stops going over to Sverdlovsk. So for that reason, I don't think Omsk is going to be the unhappy recipient of a lot of people that just want to make their way over to Sverdlovsk. Or one can hope. I wonder if this is most attention Sverdlovsk has had in relation to a game. Part of me thinks that Khakassia should not plug into this route, but instead plug into Altai. Can I even get you over to Altai in a reasonable way? I think yes. Especially if I bring it out like so. And if we just have a cheeky little... let's see, 1, 5, that direction. Could we just not have you? Maybe not even have you? There we go. And similarly, I'm going to get rid of your road here. Give you a 5er here. And this will be your way of connecting in. There's only going to be 1 train on this, so it doesn't really matter how we go about doing maintenance for it. So to that extent, I'll just slam it in here. That way they can get it, no 90-degree turns to be seen. And it's only 5 length right. And we don't see the Millennium Z1 often enough, and we're not going to see it now. The X2001. Bring it up to length 3.5 with passengers. Up to 5 with mail. And the simplest bleeding job. No need for any timetabling shenanigans, it should get that done easy enough. And that's going to work as well, because even without the connection from Altai to the Far East Exchange, it's still going to bring people from Khakassia Central over there. Is there a maximum town size? Asked Como. I have no idea. If there is, I certainly haven't encountered it. I've seen a save from the community TTD multiplayer, which has a city of over 100,000, and it was still growing. So I'm inclined to think that no, there is not. Oh wow, you're already getting to work, bringing people to and fro? I'm surprised so many people wanted to leave Omsk already. But, you know, to be fair, Omsk is a city of 1,100 already. It's quite sizable for a newly placed city. Right, then it's a question of connecting in Buryatia. But maybe Altai should have some actual maintenance on the tracks right now, which it certainly does not enjoy. Tell you what, we'll fix... No, we won't. We'll do some bleeding signaling. Shouldn't be very complicated. Comes out here, all the way along. All the way along. All the way. And as it comes out along here, I reckon they can get their maintenance here. As long as you come along by about length 9, at least length 9 rather. Come in and out for that, and then... This is a little unfortunate and will slow down throughput. I should do something about that. I will move them back one bit. Still not ideal, but I'll live with it. You want it to have a full train length run up, so it can get up to speed before it rejoins the main line, or else it could come out slowly, and then a train coming along here has to unnecessarily slow down or even stop for it. But surely it won't be a problem. Surely. Now, what do we have? We have length 9, as I recall. Let's get... Again, I don't use it often, but I'm going to use Millennium Z1, if anything, for the extra power that it has. Passenger carriage up to 6, mail up to 9. And your job is very simple. Go to the Far East Exchange. Go to Altai. On the way back, get maintenance if needed. Automate yourselves, and we're going to have 4, 5, 6 of you running on this. That'll be able to have 2 in each station, whilst having a train run one way and the other. All is going well, Shizzle. Perhaps even very well. Even though I'm back in Sweden, which is pretty grim, it feels good to be back streaming fairly regularly. And everything is being done with a view to getting out of Sweden, so that's okay. I've already found somewhere that I want to go, at least. The only thing ultimately limiting size is that cities cannot grow beyond a certain distance from its centre, configurable variable too. So do you think that perhaps Greenland can't keep growing because this area is too far away? It's grown all the way out to here. Local authority Greenland, but out here, local authority none. In fact, Greenland here, none here. None here as well. But also none here. No, I think it becomes local authority Greenland once they put a building on it. Who's to say? I certainly don't know. Poor Wales just being conquered. Right, well with that one, I still need to connect up these folks, and that's, for example, Tuva coming in to connect to you. I might have put a few too many on this track now that I think about it, because we also want these guys to run. Yeah, almost certainly. Also, I need you to be able to come back on this, don't I? Yes, I do. Perhaps I didn't think this one through too well. Especially since this thing's going higgledy-piggledy up and down. So, I already see a way to fix that, especially if you clear this. What we're going to do is have you... Boom. Ah, right, no, I can't actually tunnel through that, can I? Or can I? Let's just bring you down. And actually, what if I bridge you here? Actually, how does that fix anything? Well, it allows you to somewhat awkwardly come down here. Especially if this is down a little bit more. And then, wait, this is the opposite of what I want to do. I'd want to... hang on. Although we might have created something horrible. Let's see if we can't... fix horrors by adding more horrors. Trust me, I know what I'm doing. Oh, that is something hideous. Even I hate this. Okay, what am I even doing here? Can you be brought down like so? That way if it comes in, it shoots off and doesn't bother anybody till it gets there. That kind of works. I'm sure there's some viewers vomiting their mouths right now to this. Okay, that means I could actually run 2 trains along here for Tuva. I don't particularly want to, though, but it's nice that this would allow it. However, they wouldn't be able to get maintenance at... No, they'd be able to get maintenance there if they wanted it. Okay, sweet. Let's clone that existing train and give it some new orders, which involves going to Far East Exchange, over to Tuva, maintenance if needed, and I'm just going to leave it like that. So yeah, this is what I mean, it's very slow coming out of here. And it's even not all the way squeezed out yet. Now it can go up to full speed, but this poor bugger has to wait. Whereas if it was up to decent speed ahead of time, there'd be far less concern for that. I've come to appreciate the RCT-esque design at this point. What do you mean by that, though? Oh, of course, Roller Coaster Tycoon. Yeah. Now there's a game I would actually quite like to play some more of, but I can't actually think of anything to do in it. I mean, I've already played quite a lot of Roller Coaster Tycoon, including off-stream. So even when I get filled with feelings of, oh man, I'd love to just fire it up, I can't think what I would do in it. Now, I don't feel pressured whatsoever about making, dare I say, exciting streams. But I still want to do stuff that I'm going to enjoy. You're coming along like so. And that gives... Oh, right, I didn't realize I put a main... Oh, jings, I can see the problem I made right now. I've connected you up in the wrong way. Well, that's not too bad. I quite like the look of that bridge regardless, and it's not like costs are a big deal for us. Yeah, no, I completely missed that this is going under, didn't I? I did it that. That's okay though, because we can just come along and still plug our way in. And if the need arises, you can bridge off over here, except you don't want to because of the whole elevation, huh? What can you do? Oh right, it's not the elevation problem, it's the signal problem. But you can't connect there, can you? You can! Oh, I'll tell you. This is flat, it's just the snow makes it look like it's a, the snow makes it look like it's sloped. Funny that. Still works, but it's definitely only one Buryatia train that's ever going to run on this track. Well, that's okay. That's okay, and... In that case, what can be done for Buryatia? Well, I can give it its maintenance shack right here if they so desire. This also allows me to squeeze the train out right here. There's the train I want to clone. Don't do any of that though. Go to Buryatia. Go to the Far East Exchange. Go back for maintenance if needed, and then back to Buryatia. Still think there are going to be too many trains on this line though. Didn't design it for this. I still wish I could make this a priority station. Somebody even told me how to make priority stations, and I just went, yeah, okay, not doing that. But yeah, the station that requires crossing over should always be the priority station in my view. Still, it seems to be working out fine. I suppose it's just such a long track that it's not too much of a big deal having too many trains. I'd say a multiplayer session berating the designs of other members of the community, but you've done that already. I have not. Oh, right, with Roller Coaster Tycoon. I certainly have done that. And I do it again. Did I mess up the signaling here or something? Why is there all this slowdown? Ah, I absolutely did. Signaling the wrong way on that bridge I put in. There we go. Flow once again, Far East Exchange. And man, I love this. Just the way that they can come in like so. My only real regret with the Far East Exchange is that it's not adjacent to a city. Little Beijing is just over here connecting by some admittedly kind of cool looking boats. There's that Mako. Ethereal boats. Okay, did we grab everything that was sticking out here? Not quite. Krasnoyarsk is still not connected to anything, and that's probably easily sorted by giving a quick connection to Saka. And I can't think of a good reason not to do that. Might be a bit of a pain to even you out though. Maybe not as much as I thought. How long can we make you? I think 5 might be our limit. It's hardly a big town here. In fact, the maximum amount of people it can pump out per month is 492. And this isn't exactly a long journey, so I reckon this will be easily dealt with. Even cooler if we can tunnel through this. Ah, there we go. That is pretty cozy. In fact, let's just add to the tunneling sensation. There we go. Nothing saying that every connection needs to be incredibly complex. And again, we can give them ample opportunity for maintenance there if needed. And what was this? Length 5. Passenger carriage up to 3.5. Mail van up to 5. Is that the right proportion? 3? Yeah, I suppose it's good enough. And again, out you go to here. And to there, and they will get maintenance as required. And really, it only needs 1. Them some big trains. The trains come in all shapes and sizes, although I don't think I've made any trains that are very small. Ninjan did a run where he was just using length 2 trains. Didn't appeal to me though. His intersections all look like they got incredibly clogged up. Now these guys are wee, but they're meant to be. These are metro trains. Very good capacity, very good speed at shifting out goods and people as well. But it's only good for packs. And it's very slow, so it's only particularly good over short distances. Tiny trains are indeed cute, but that's what metros are for in my eyes. How fast do they operate again? Look at that, 80 passengers per tick. I don't know how often ticks are, but even our big old trains can't do 80. You're coming in here right now, right? 48, yeah, it only does 5. That's incredible. So yeah, Metro, incredibly fast for unloading and loading packs, but not so great over long distances. Also incredibly expensive, they're a money pit. Which is why Montana is not exactly the place that makes me tons of dosh. Okay, talked around it long enough. I need to get on it. I need to populate Asia, and then, not hold down my X key. Need to populate Asia and get them connected up to the Pax Americana. In a time like the present then, let's start plopping down those cities. Again, my naming convention is to use the country name as the city, or in the case where the country is too big and important for that, I divide it up by their administrative regions. In the case of America, it was their states. In the case of Brazil, well, God knows, but we asked a bona fide Brazilian about it. Okay, slam them down then. Starting out with you, Sri Lanka. And I think this will be it for all of the cities in the world, so if you think anywhere is in the wrong place or has the wrong name or anything like that, speak now, or forever hold your peace, because as soon as it's on the map, there is diddly squat we can do about it. You know, I have still not put any real time into Victoria 3. And I don't even have a good reason why not. I've even had it since before release. I only put, what, maybe an hour into it playing around with Brazil, and that was about it. Maharashtra. Andhra Pradesh. We're not going to do China just yet. I have a plan for that. And Andhra Pradesh. Let them iron out a few bugs. So how is it? I'm assuming most people in the chat have played Victoria 3. It's that kind of place around here. What's your impressions on the game? The good and the bad? I don't think the Steam score is that high, but that's honestly not much to go on. The hardcore fans love to nitpick, and you can never trust casuals to begin with, so honestly don't trust anybody. There you go, Nepal. But we can't have Nepal without having Bhutan. I'm not saying that I didn't get any dirty looks for running Bhutan on Hearthstone 4 before release. Bhutan? Who came up with this? I don't think the region is called Tibet though, is it? Not in China. Wouldn't know, I don't know much about Tibet. Numbers go up, it's fun, it has glaring issues. Yeah, but that's just a Paradox game description. Tell me about Vicky 3. Xinjiang. I wonder what they're going to work on next from Paradox then, because that means they have a relatively up-to-date game of all of their games. I guess that makes EU4 probably the most dated of the main ones. Although, I'd say that Imperator feels more dated than EU4. I actually installed Imperator. I plan on giving it another quick whiz. Now that game released with problems to be sure, but I still feel like it was a little unfairly treated on all ends, to be honest. I just want to give it another shot because I always liked the pop mechanic of Imperator. Stellaris 2. Yeah, Stellaris has been out for a while and it's a significant, do I call it a moneymaker or a cash cow? Maybe both. A money cow for Paradox. But I've never been particularly interested in Stellaris. I really think the game is just memes in space rather than a meaningful strategic game. And I can say that now since I don't work in Paradox anymore. I can say whatever the hell I want. For $20, I will say whatever hot take you want. That's not true, of course. I have a lifelong, non-disclosure agreement with Paradox. So Even when I'm complete geriatric, that thing will still hold power over me. Although these things are only as powerful as people's desire to enforce it. But I wouldn't put it past them being petty enough. I never really got what was the problem with Imperator Rome. Was it too Imperator Rome's big problem was it was EU 3.5. It didn't even have the kind of upgrades that EU 4 had over EU 3. So even though it was a new game, it felt dated. Now I know development-wise exactly where that transpired. Can't really talk about it though. Right, and you come Thailand. Cambodia. I have just not been east in the world that much at all. Where's the furthest east I've ever been? I don't know which is further east, Tallinn or Riga, but I think that is indeed the furthest east I've ever been. I haven't set foot in Asia. Someday I will, and that someday is February. I plan to go to Japan in February. At the latest. We'll see if I can hold out long enough. Being in Sweden is already driving me mad. And it's not mad with love for the place. Right, enter Cambodia. And Vietnam. There's only one of them last time I checked. You just slammed your little action figures into Italian miners and spent your mana and then sat there. There was very little to do. My initial feeling was that I really enjoyed moving around my pops though. Moving around and advancing my pops, but the thing is, Paradox games always release with bare bones amounts of content. And in Imperator Rome's case, the game was abandoned before they could really do anything. Of course, it was never abandoned, right? The whole post about it's like, oh, we're just redistributing people, and once we have more, surely we'll put it. No, it's abandoned. 2000%. And then again, CK3 has been out for a while, best release Paradox ever did, and it still is bare bones with content. I want more to do in CK3. Why? I even have to pay for my Paradox games now, and I will pay for good stuff in CK3. I shouldn't have put you down, Guangxi. That was not my intent. I meant to leave China till the very last, or at least the heart of China. You're my mistake, Guangxi, but I'll live with it. Mostly because I can't delete you. Unless I'm missing some delete button here. In my opinion, the problem with Imperator was it looked like a carbon copy of a game that no one was interested in the first place. What game would that be? A misguided release, perhaps, but I want to give it another chance. Whether or not that's on stream or not, I've not decided. Because didn't they redo quite a bit of things for 2.0? Also, by the time it was in 2.0, there was a different game director in charge of it, but I had a feeling he had his wings clipped in terms of the amount of power that he had. That's just my feelings on it. I was not involved in any way, so I don't have the know-all. I do know the director though, and I think he's a cool character. What's he working on now? I think he's in charge of Hoi right now. Not really seeing what he's up to there. Alright, Sumatra. We're just slamming down all the cities, we'll connect them later. I made a mistake when playing this game earlier where I put down the connections before the cities, and that causes a considerable number of problems that I wasn't aware of until much later. Not going to repeat it though. Java. I've been told to go on vacation here. I'm told it's amazing. And I was told it's the perfect time to go there in 2019. Flattening out the land, not because it makes it easier to build on, although it does, just that the cities themselves cannot build out well at all on slopes. I've mentioned this several times, but I won't take it for granted that everybody here has watched every minute of this incredibly lengthy long play. When this concludes, I think there'll be over 100 hours of OpenTTD, making it the longest long play that has only had me playing it, and the second longest if we count Nancy Drew, which I do. Imagine how long your vacation would have been. My uncle was stranded in China for a lot longer than he ever wanted to be in China for. I'm not sure how much I'd be keen on being in Java, but maybe I could snake my way around. I don't know. Sulawesi. Yeah, my streaming career certainly would have been down the toilet there if I was stuck abroad with no ability to stream. I don't believe that. I'm pretty sure I would have figured something out. If there's one thing I am, it's adaptable. Right, here you go, Borneo. We'll just ruin the mountainous landscape. I think when I was placing down Borneo, I had an idea of having... There's another country here, or maybe it's part of something else, I don't remember. But anyway, Borneo's all I've got here, so Borneo's all I'm having. Brunei. Bang. Isn't Patrician 4 the longest long play? I'm only counting it from when I started calling them long plays. Patrician 4 run was back before I went full-time on the streaming. An arbitrary cutoff, but I need a cutoff somewhere. Otherwise you could say, what about that EU4 long play that went on for 1,000 hours? I don't know if anybody's calculated the length of all the EU4 runs put together, but I don't think 1,000 hours would be far off the mark. It was a lot of EU4. I do miss it sometimes, but I maintain I've got nothing left to do in that game. Yeah, Borneo is the island, and currently it's part of the... oh Christ, what's the name of the collection of islands again? Indonesia. And I couldn't just slam down an Indonesia here, so they had to be split up by their... I don't actually know what my naming convention is here. For some reason I went with Borneo. I'll live with it. No, please no, we don't need a coal mine. Wait, what was that? How did I do that? How did I establish a coal mine? As far as I'm aware, my ability to fund new industries does not include raw materials, but I just had the ability there to build a coal mine. What did I do? The island has both Malaysia and Borneo. Both Malaysia and Indonesia. Tiny island Brunei. The tiny Brunei. I get you there. Right, I brought up the ability to build stuff there, and I don't know how. Was it some kind of landscaping option? That must have been it. So it's not actually industry. It's just cool looking things. That's for the better though. I think it's very cheap to be able to fund your raw industries wherever you want. At least industries make sense with the... manufacturing industries make sense with the improved village growth script that we use. Papua New Guinea, on you go. All these are probably being put in very unpleasant situations for connecting up. Don't know how I'm going to connect up the Isles. Dare we have a train station? It would be nice to have some kind of starring out. Maybe I can even use mini trains for it. We don't see enough mini trains, and I would need mini trains to be able to navigate these. Well, I wouldn't need, but I think I want to do it. And then probably Malaysia or Sumatra would be the focal point. Actually, maybe Sulawesi would be the focal point, because then it can star out to there, there, and there. And then from there they'd go down probably to Western Australia and up to God knows where around here. Don't think I missed you, Taiwan. On the stream, we are not bound by the One China policy, but we're also not bound by it. Jings, I take up the whole island. I thought about multiple Philippines, but then I thought against it. This area of the Philippines is very dear to my heart because there was an exploit that allowed me to conquer the world as Ryukyu with that. I'm trying to remember how exactly it worked. There was a mission that gave something, probably gave admin power. No, that's not it. Philippines. There we go. Yeah, and I had to keep colonizing and uncolonizing, and I needed a special calculator to figure out how much of my country was made up of something something. Just the things that I once upon a time spent so long on and now can barely remember. Not sure whether to laugh or cry at it. Okay, so that's everything except for a bunch of China put in. No, it's not. I missed something very important. Japan. It's hard to even tell that it's Japan from that angle, but it certainly is. I'm going to need to flatten you out whilst I resist the urge to play Stronghold, thanks to the Stronghold music playing right now. And believe you me, it is a temptation. I was looking at my long play options, and somebody had submitted Stronghold HD, despite the fact that I have already streamed Stronghold 1 and 2 and 3 and what was the other one? The one set in Sandpit? Crusaders. Stronghold Crusader. I've done them all, but somebody clearly wanted Stronghold 1 again. I don't blame them. It's a great game. Started it all. How Firefly are unable to understand what went so well there and so wrong with their other games is beyond me. But alas, I couldn't see a good Casus Belli to be playing through Stronghold again. One could say run it on very hard mode, but... well, not even very hard mode, but like a hard mod for it. I saw Marek play around with that. But I think that degrades the game too much. It just becomes a game of exploit infinite archers in one tower and exploit pathfinding. Yeah, you know, me hating exploits in games. But it didn't seem like it would be the cozy Stronghold experience if I did that. And yeah, I know, Japan has all sorts of fun hills and mountains going on, but I'm just flattening it so the cities can actually grow here. I did the same to the UK. Yeah, exploits in this channel? Unlikely. It's like centipedes in your... never mind. Was it millipedes? Change. I'm robbing the soul out of Japan here. Now, I actually asked Ninjin what we should divide Japan up into. Do you remember what you said? I can't, but fortunately I wrote it down, so I don't have to remember. I do, however, have to find where I wrote it down. You just murdered Mount Fuji to turn Japan into a floating parking lot. Fuji-sama to you. There we go. That's pretty much enough space. Flat as the Netherlands. Actually, the Netherlands might not even be this flat. Yeah, look at that. The Netherlands has a bit more going on with it. In terms of elevation, or at least varied elevation, than Japan does. It's okay, like I said, nature will reclaim what's its own. It might be nasty brown now, but as time goes on, the grass will spread, the seeds will be planted, and growth will come back. I'm trying to speed up the game for that, but map is too big for speed up to have much effect now. Hokkaido, Kanto, Kansai, and Kyushu. I'm not going to claim to know exactly where those go. Except, I think everybody knows that this is Hokkaido. The whole island is Hokkaido, so I'll just shove it wherever. Hokkaido. Little Ottle Black Bottle, Little Ottle you. Wow. That's a hefty Hokkaido. Kanto, Kansai. I feel like Kansai is to the south. They pave paradise. Oh yeah, I might just do... I don't know if I'll do a train system or a tram system for Japan. One would think that they should all be about the high-speed train. Oh man, but I always get my Kyoto and my Tokyo mixed up. You have to understand. That's okay, that's where Maps comes in, right? Save me, Google Maps. I abhor the fact that it always centers on Stockholm. Even when I was in Hungary and I loaded up Google Maps, it centered on Stockholm. It disgusted me. Okay, right. Tokyo. Pretty much here. Tokyo is Kanto. There we go. Good. Wow, that's pretty big. Too big, even. The other ones are going to be small then. And then... oh, away you go. Kansai is Osaka. I should know that. I read Azumanga Daioh. And that's right on the little armpit here, isn't it? Yeah, but I don't like the positioning of that very well. Let's move it over to the west a little bit. Poor little Kansai and Kanto. What was the last one? The last one was... let's see, Kanto, Kansai, Kyushu, of course. Where's Kyushu? Even as a Swede, Stockholm is disgusting. Yeah, colour me surprised, a European who doesn't like the capital city. Well, I like Edinburgh, to be fair, and that's my capital. Kyushu will not have much space. Yeah, where is Kyushu? Is it even further down here? I'm kind of... oh, I even see it on the map. Kyushu is right here. Huh, it's going to be rough. It's okay though. If we flatten the rest of Japan, surely we can flatten this as well. Look, we gave Hawaii an island. We can give it to Kyushu. Do you like London? Oh god, no, I've been to London 2 or 3 times, and every time it's been a bit miserable. Right. How do you believe in spelling Kyushu, Ninjin? With the long U. Well, sadly we can't have special characters here, or if we can, I haven't figured it out. I'm just going to make you medium. How big do you go? Oh, there we go. Really getting out there. Going to be a little difficult running trains around here, but we shall try. Now. Okay, now everywhere is on the map except for the core of China. Can even check that by our map of the world, right? If there is anywhere missing, speak now or truly forever hold your peace. Looks pretty good to me. Now, previously I said it's a big problem when you build the stations before the cities. Even so, I think I'm going to do that. I'm going to make a large specific metro line just for China, which is of course going to connect on elsewhere. Probably Shandong will have a probably have a port in Shandong, which connects over to the Far East Exchange, and that way all the Chinese can make their way out over towards Europe. And I would probably also use the opportunity to connect the Far East Exchange to the south. I might even just have a relatively straight run that brings it over to somewhere in India. So it just ignores all of this, because they're going to be connected on their wee metro thing. These people are probably going to connect into a central hub that goes down and even up. But yeah, the Indians can get the main connection along here, which gives me an excellent opportunity to port here, and that port can move them along to maybe Qatar, United Eastern Emirates, probably make the Suez Canal to connect it up to Egypt, connect it down to here, and that'll be a good connection for all of Asia into non-Asia. Because if they can get to Egypt, they can get to Bulgaria, and Bulgaria takes them to the Eastern European Exchange, and they can also head on over to the Iberian Exchange, which is a further connection to the New World and the Old World and the Old New World. Alright, that all works. Let's see if I can continue to remember it when I actually need to build it, which I probably won't. So, metro. You just make metros with singles, or do you? Is it possible to make a metro thing that's bigger than one? Nah, looks like they're all just one size here. So there's no, well, as far as I can tell, no real reason to build metro stations more than one tile length. Making them parallel could work, but I have a sneaking suspicion that it should work just fine if it just runs 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Now, Metro. 1 and 1 and Yunnan. And then we're going to have to run through Guangxi. We'll just run down the center of Guangxi. Little concerned that it's only going to be going around and around like so. But I have a, dare I say, cunning plan regarding that. It'll be up to the Chinese plebs to figure their way around it. Yes, Hong Kong, you too will enjoy being part of this system. Well, enjoy, right? I'll have to figure out how to enjoy it. Are we going to go up into Yangtze here, or is Yangtze going to have to connect its own way? I think it's going to have to connect its own way, but I have a plan for that. Get over to Shanghai as well. Ignore the fact that none of these are saying that they're in the correct places. I have a plan. So go around, probably go through Henan as well. And Sichuan. Isn't Sichuan a greeting? I've got a Chinese friend, and he said that Sichuan is just, I think it's food and also the greeting. So the greeting is, are you eating well, or good food, or something? I don't know, you can tell how much I pay attention to what my friends say. He fed me chicken's feet. Which, don't get me wrong, it was tasty, but it was a pain in the bum to eat. But I will eat practically anything at least once. Very little patience for this idea that, ooh, no, gross. Well, maybe what I'm doing to the landscape here is a bit gross. I don't know how well the Metro can handle inclines and declines. Probably not amazing. Hey, no, not chicken feed. Chicken feet. Foxtrot Echo Echo Tango. As in the things they use to walk. I'm not even sure you'd call it chickens walking. It's more like a strutting. Come on, pave our way through. Make my man Yuan Xiao proud. Ooh, that was bad. I was on the wrong place. There we go. Shame there's no undo button. Been in a real Three Kingdoms mood. One of the problems was when I was traveling around, I didn't have my emulator handy or my emulator files, and what I like to do every now and then is just fire up Dynasty Warriors 3, the best Dynasty Warriors. I'll have patience for anyone that claims that 2 or 4 are the best, and I might even occasionally extend courtesy to people that believe that 5 is the best, but anybody else is sorely mistaken. But really, I just treat Dynasty Warriors as a Guandu simulator. It's Guandu, not Guan Yu. To hell with Shu. The Shu apologist lies must be fought at every turn. Oops. Damn, I tabbed over. I thought you were playing RCT instead, says Heldon. Either making a joke or he is actually saddened. I think the Metro will actually go Metro underground here. Speaking of Metro, how you doing, Heldon? Trust all is well. part of my brilliant plan to give China good transportation before I actually build China. Well, I say good transportation, we'll see how well this works out. It's at least going to be as good as what I gave Montana. Will this be a two-way line? No, I think it's just going to be one way, which does have a fair bit of its own weaknesses, that is true. Now, Hubei, Jiangxi... I'm actually wondering if I should have this run like so. I was thinking about just doing trams along with it, but you know what, we'll make it a double metro. Which means Shanxi Woods is also going to come down here through Huibei, through Jiangxi, and then out to wherever this is. We'll worry about how they get important things like maintenance at some point, but not right now. Damn it, China, why are you gonna be so hilly? Just making work for me. If there's one great improvement I'd love to see in this game, it's actually being able to make diagonal lines along slopes, but alas, it's not there. Would solve a lot of tedium in my eyes with creating routes. But maybe to other people that might remove a fair bit of the fun of sorting out your routes. Wait, this is a bit of a mistake. I can't really just have this go one way. I can't have one single train manage this. It needs to go around, which is exactly why I was thinking of doing this with a tram instead of a metro. In that case, ignore this altogether. Don't know why I suddenly had it in my head that trams could do, that metros could do what trams do. It's okay, mistakes happen. There we go, now no one is the wiser. In real life, they build the high-speed trains on viaducts to avoid issues like hills and traffic farmers. It's cool seeing things going along viaducts. Isn't viaduct one of the bridge types that we can build, though? Yeah, concrete viaduct. Looks cool. I saw this in Baden by Wien. Enjoyed it a fair bit. Right, so with the basic building blocks done here for the metro, now I can build the towns. Starting with Hong Kong. I'll build the towns and then do the fixing. That is certainly the wrong side for Hong Kong to be on. Well, I can't delete it now, can I? No, I certainly cannot. Hong Kong's just going to invade China. Come to me now. Shanghai. Shanghai. I'm not going to rename these stations though, no way. Shandong. Why does Dong appear so often in Chinese? What's the meaning of it all? At least with all the Wangs in Germany or Austria, at least I've learned that Wang means valley, and it's Vang, but if it was really Vang, they would use a V, so it's Wang. It's east? Ah. What about Dongzhou? He's the Eastern Jewel. Sichuan. Nice church for the Chinese there. Now that's what I was told by an Austrian, at least. I think that's something that Mord told me. Okay, Yunnan, there we go. And is that all of them built? Certainly looks all built to me. Now, what I'm going to do is actually destroy these stations. The reason I put in the stations first was so that I know that that space is always going to be free from them. And now when I put one back, I know when I put the new one back, it's actually going to be linked to Hong Kong rather than the previous one, which was linked to Guangxi. So now you will be Hong Kong Metro. Guangxi was always okay because Guangxi already existed. And you're not Taiwan Heights, no way, no how. We make a separate station. And it's now Shanghai Metro. Explains that Austrians don't speak German. There we go, Beijing Valley, and instead we get Shandong Metro. Is it really Shandong and not Shangdong? Wouldn't know. Where did I say it was going to be the port? Shandong would make the most sense. Yeah. So I'm going to preemptively give Shandong this port. That way all the Chinese can be collected there. I'll probably also want to collect them in Guangxi for the ones that want to go south. You'll probably connect to the Indonesian collective. Can I connect you here? Yeah, not bad, not bad. That way, while the Chinese are largely going to be connected to themselves, they'll have an exit point both in the south and the north. And I reckon Greater China is going to just connect into these metros. Yeah, I reckon so. It's a lot of people just to throw into a metro system, though. Okay, did I actually replace them all? I don't think I did. I was working my way through and then got... Yeah, you threw me off there over in Shandong. Shanxi Woods, for example, not at all. If I don't rename these, they're not going to be linked to the cities, and the cities will not grow correctly because they won't consider themselves having people being moved around. If 500 people in a month get on Henan Metro from Henan, it wouldn't actually count towards Henan's growth, it would have counted towards... I assume it's connected to Beijing, so it would have counted as Beijing's growth. Or Shanxi's growth, whoever it was previously connected to. Thank goodness somebody on YouTube told me about that, because otherwise I'd still be having that mistake right now and not really understand why. Ah man, what a relaxing game. I wonder if I'm going to miss this excitement once we're no longer streaming this. I know some people won't miss this though. Some people have been keen for this to come to an end sooner rather than later. It must be very frustrating following this channel and something comes on that you really like and then you find out it's already gone. And now we've moved on to something else. What a shame. 2 final towns. Hubei. And what's your name? Jiangxi. We'll see how Transport Fever 2 manages. What if it's awful, Kaladin? You know, can I get the whole world like this put on Transport Fever 2? Probably not. Right, so this goes around and around. In fact, I should probably start making it go around and around. It's no biggie to shove in plenty of train depots, but I'll do that after we do some signaling. Very easy thing for me to forget. Do we want it to go clockwise or anti-clockwise? I'm thinking clockwise. That's the way the clock goes, after all. yeah, maintenance stops for metros are very nice and easy because metros are only one length long. In fact, it's so short, I'm starting to wonder, maybe I should just make these one length. Nah. Waste of infrastructure money. Okay, that means it's got its signals all the way around. Now it's just a case of making sure there's periodic maintenance, like here, and shut you here, except we won't because of you. And here. I don't need to tell these guys to go for maintenance, I don't think. Well, I probably will anyway. Trains can be really stupid sometimes if they want maintenance. They can do a full loop just to get to where they want to go for their maintenance, and then they do a full loop again to get back to where they were on their tracks, so let's not trust these guys at all. Right. I want them sorted by release date. I want the best and brightest around. Where's release date? Here we go, introduction date. Start with a fleet from 2000 for 400 passengers. That's a ton of people. First off, make sure it's automated separated. And then it goes to Guangxi, Hong Kong, maintenance if needed. Shanghai, maintenance if needed. Shandong, maintenance if needed. Henan, maintenance if needed. That's a lot of maintenance. Sichuan, Yunnan, maintenance if needed. Wonderful. Now the Tideway is also going to join you on that. And then we're just going to go clone. How many vehicles is that? I don't know if it keeps count. But if it's 91 minus 74, it's almost 20 of them. Is that enough for all of this? I don't know, but we'll add 2 more. And we'll just tell them all to activate and hope that it works. Hopefully it spaces out periodically. Wait, why are they starting out going that way? Oh, right. I put their orders the wrong way around. Right, but that's okay, because, well, is it okay? Now they're going to go around the completely wrong way. Mistakes were made. Alright, Guangxi. Ah, crumbs. What am I gonna do? Probably the easiest way to fix this is to change the signaling rather than the ordering, actually. Ruined the entire map with that mistake. You're right, Dark Young. Better restart. Oh, you already beat me to it. Better restart the whole thing. Signals. Can we get rid of all of them? Yeah, there we go. Worry not. It's this easy to reverse your tracks. Just like switching your roads from left-hand drive to right-hand drive. Alright, now we're gonna have them go not the way the clock goes. Curses. I think Marvin said I missed a maintenance shack. Which maintenance shack did I miss? Also, which way is the right way here? They both look the same. I reckon that's the right one, because it's on the left-hand side like all the other ones. Along we go, along we go. Okay, now despite that being rough, we got it sorted, I think. They should all immediately stop and not crash into each other. Hey, excellent. The one after Sichuan. Ah, you're right, I did not even see that there. Fortunately, I just need to grab one of these, find Sichuan, and then before Yunnan, add go for maintenance if needed. Sichuan, service, Yunnan. And then citizens rejoice, they all finally get trains coming along to help them. Except I want maintenance, not maintenance, I want a signal right there before the station. Otherwise they wait too far away from it. I want them in and immediately boarding and disembarking. Dare I say, it even looks quite agreeable. Is she going for maintenance already? Crazy. Anyway, that takes care of you rather nicely. I will link up you to the Far Eastern Exchange immediately. Can't think of a good reason not to. Might just forget later. Can't be having that. Make sure that you have access to easy maintenance here. And we shall use only the best for you. Max speed. Let's get the good old ducket going. Ducket goes there, to there, to there, and back again. And we'll have 4 of you on an automated timetable. Make it 6. Heavens knows how many people want to go to China these days. And then add you, who also gets that. 3 of you, in you go. I think I joined the mail one with shared orders instead of making their own one, but I'm sure it won't work out that badly. And just like that, all of China, well, all of the main China is roped into the Pax Americana. Although, there are 2 main problems here. One is that these guys aren't connected. The other is, what if you live in Henan and you want to go to Shandong? You have to ride the metro all the way around, and that kind of blows. And I'm too stingy to put in a route that just goes along the inside, donut style, like we did in Liberia. Now this, I'm not sure if donut's the right term, but the double loop system here works amazingly well, because it means if you're in Buchanan and you want to go to Gabarnga or Ganta, both are fine. Not so over in China. What I'm going to do in this case is that I'm going to cross the lines here, and I'm going to use trams for that. So, people of Shandong are going to, let me think. Will I Shandong to Huibei and Jiangxi? What if I cross you, and have these guys link? It's not the worst idea, but it might not be the best. Well, however you look at it, you're coming out here. You as well, we're bridging over. Trams hate going up and downhill, it's really bad for them. So I should do my utmost to make it easier for them, even if that means somewhat unnecessary bridges. where are we going to? Hong Kong or not Hong Kong? Not sure I've fully decided that yet. Guangxi is the port, so we should probably go to Guangxi. And no, we do not like elevation. And we just come through Guangxi like this. We can now. Okay. Again, they will not enjoy that elevation. And then coming out of here, we want you all the way up and over to Huibei. This is just going to have the same problem again of if you want to go one way, but the tram only goes the other way, you're scuppered, but it's just a tram, so I'm less concerned about that. Just come right through Huibei, destroying everything they hold dear. Bridge over... Ooh, no. Bridge over minor nuisances like that. Flatten out some other ones. And then make our esteemed return. Getting back to Shandong, huh? I wouldn't mind having a bit of underground tramming going on. Can we flatten you out? I doubt I can go underground here because of you, though. So what if we flatten that bit out? Yeah, I like underground tramming quite a bit. And then we can go underground a bit more. Ah, not quite, not quite. Okay, that's just a case of connecting you two up. I'm impressed with my own use of hotkeys here, I'll admit that. Let's get you out here. As I said, I wanted you underground, and I will have you underground. Along here. Neighbor seems to be doing a fair bit of knocking. Hopefully you can't hear that. I know I can. There we go. So now, I don't really suppose this solves the Henan to Shandong issue, does it? You're still having to go around. And I sincerely doubt taking the metro over here is going to be all that much faster. Ah well, sucks to be them. It does, however, allow you to cut through this, which may or may not be useful for people. Make sure we had good stops for them. Guangxi Metro gets you. And you. Jiangxi. This is for all of Jiangxi, so I better make it matter. And as ever, if it's just a road vehicle one, we call it a plaza. Over to Shandong. Shandong gets to keep the metro name, of course, and we link you up because that was broken. Missing a bit of tramway at the entrance to the Tunnel of Shandong, says Rad Imsh. I clearly left that for myself so that I would have to take note and fix it. That's what we'll go with. Regardless, cheers. Huibei gets this. And I think I'll put you on here as well. Huibei is Plaza. And Guangdong's already... Yeah, Guangdong's pretty huge. Good coverage. It'll take a bit of growing to get past that. And it looks like people are already getting on board, wanting to go places. It's hardly filling up these trains, or these metro trains yet. but hopefully they're frequent enough to keep the ratings high. Excellent, even. It could be better, especially if I had a statue in every town, but that's just a lot of clicking. I'm not going to stress myself out by adding that extra 10% everywhere. It's usually something I prefer to do off-stream anyway. And oh, would you look at that? Actual passengers wanting to go to and fro. In fact, you've already grabbed 113 bags of mail from Shandong. That's just AliExpress getting underway. That's the Chinese one, right? Well, all this is absolutely worthless unless we actually have some trams running. So I'm going to put my tram maintenance stop here, and since it's a long one, I'm going to give them an additional tram maintenance stop here. We'll get the best one out, and let's see, passengers can follow around the anti-clockwise way. So round you go to Huibei, down to Guanxi, stop for maintenance, and I don't even say if needed. With trams, I always like to force maintenance. Just like forcing people, you know how it is. There we go, and that enforces them to take this route. I don't ever want the trams and the I don't want the passenger trams and the mail trams taking different, or rather sharing the same direction. Jinx, I choked on my words there big time. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. We'll keep it nice and busy, but it'll automate and separate. And now we make a mail one. Normally, I just copy over this for the mail one. And you know what? I think I'll do that anyway. No, I won't. No, I will not. I feel like that's a lot of things just waiting to go wrong. So the mail order. Hey, we're going to build our 2000th road vehicle. It's quite the milestone. Anyway, over to Shandong, over to Jiangxi, force maintenance, Guanxi, Huibei. Careful not to click on one of these passenger vehicles, or we'll just bore their entire order. Force maintenance, and 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Because multiples of 8, 2 to the powers are good. Activate all. Hello, I'm a noob, says Dew Tuner 99910. Does OpenTTD mean? Apologies if annoying. OpenTTD is Open Transport Tycoon Deluxe. So a fan-maintained, up-to-date version of the original Transport Tycoon Deluxe by Chris Sawyer from the 90s. Same game, same mechanics, but very easily moddable, runs perfectly on modern systems, runs like a dream in general. If you're playing Transport Tycoon Deluxe today, or Roller Coaster Tycoon today, there's no good reason to choose the original over the open version. Maybe there's some purists that can argue otherwise, but they're wrong. Probably. This playthrough feels like it's been going on since 1994. Dark Young simultaneously wishes this would end and never end at the same time. Okay, feels good to have China all connected up, and it was a pretty easy way to get around all of you. Now, Japan. Japan deserves some kind of super train running from top to bottom. Oh, and we finally have it. I don't know what year maglev unlocks, but we just got it. Japan is going to have the best track. How are we going to do this, though? It can't be too long, or else I'll never be able to fit it in Kansai, and certainly not Kyushu. But what's a man to do? 7 length? Could we reasonably fit 7 length? I could fit 7 length in Kansai. I can tear up Kanto. And I could probably 7 length Hokkaido as well. Not even in reality the Japan maglev opens in 2023. What a joy. You don't know that. We're not from the future. Not yet, at least. It's not that big. I reckon 5 length should be fine. I'm still going to tear down Kyushu for it though. 5 length, 2 tracks. Now maglev is hideous. It's the ugliest looking track this game has, but it is the fastest and bestest and more speed, more better, you know how it is. Let's tear down Tokyo for this. How exactly though? I have options. Tearing down that high rise is probably a pretty bad option, so we'll do it. Just like that, Kanto's not looking so hot. Sorry, they should consider this. Kanto, Kansai, and it's going to culminate in Hokkaido. And sacrifices must be made, my Japanese friends. Okay, now, as I was saying, these are hideous. Look at that, and it gets considerably worse when you cross them over like that. Ugh. It's giving me the bad kinds of shivers. That is also bad. There we go. There's a whole lot of maintenance going on upstairs. What's all that about? Well, if you cross along here, all of northern Japan just becomes railway. I wonder if they have their own railway-related memes over there. Probably. They like their A train, don't they? 5-length trains aren't that long, so probably not going to be a big issue. Moving all these trains along these corners without killing the speed. As long as I've got my crisscross at the end here. That's not my crisscross. There we go. Can you get along here, or is that too steep? That I don't like. I'd rather have it like so. Hey, not too bad, even though you're maglev. Question will come in as it comes in often. We're running with the soundtrack for Banished, Stronghold, Transport Tycoon Deluxe, Train Valley 2, and Polybridge 2. I was tempted to put in also the soundtrack for Capitalism Lab, but I erred against that. I didn't want to invoke the need to play more Capitalism Lab. Oh, there we go. Pretty simple line. But Japan was isolated enough to be able to do something this simple. Today we will learn how Japan lost a quarter of its population in April 2023 as a sacrifice to the glory of maglev. Could be worse, could be for the glory of Berlin Airport. Now, I think it would make the most sense for one of these central parts to be where the Boti connection is. So I'll probably have Kansai connect to the Far East Exchange rather than Kyushu. Well, it's all like, it's trade center versus political center, right? That's what I'll choose to believe. Even so, it's tempting to make it Kyushu. Makes a lot more sense to be Kyushu, so there you go. Something a bit concerning about that splash noise. Right then, let's get ducketing. Even though I should do the trains first. Here, to there, to there, to there. And I have to tell you to go back again or else you get lost on the way back. Please automate your separate, and 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of you should suffice. And then I want a male one that does the same order. And 2, 3, 4... Should be plenty of you. All automated, all separated. They won't separate properly though, because that's just how it goes. That's a poor explanation. Ships are not good at the automatic separation over long distances without stops. Not much I can do about it. So up they come, and back out they go. Ain't done yet though, these people need maintenance. And maintenance related jobs. You know, it's really not going to get up to a lot of speed here, is it? Well, that's my problem. Now, another problem I have is how do you connect up here? I think this should suffice. Don't have that. Certainly don't have that. Maglev coming out the back side here. Decent enough length. There we go. Now Maglev should be very good at getting its speed up, so I'm not too concerned about that. I only have one type of Maglev available, but it still gets damn good speed and good power, so the Electric Leviathan. And what size are these going to be? Didn't I make them size 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, very good. That'll do you fine. You're popping out here, so go to Hokkaido, Kanto, Kansai, Kyushu, Kansai, Kanto, maintenance if needed, and back to Hokkaido. How many will we have? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Automate, separate, activate. Mainland Japan just being 2 regions must be ticking off the weebs right now. I doubt it. Our own count said that there are a staggering 0 Japanese people that tune into this stream. And I think we've done far more egregious things to this world map than just making Japan, or mainland Japan, 2 regions. I'm not sure if this is going to spread out well enough. Maybe that was too many trains. I don't like the fact they're backing up outside of Kanto for one. Well, at least there's always a train waiting to get in. And besides, they can take their time to automate their spreading out. I do like the smoothness of them going around here though. Even though it's quite jarring, the 45-degree turns they make. It just, at good speed, it ends up looking quite fluid. I wonder if there's any perspective tricks being used here. Weebs exclusively refer to Westerners, not the Japanese. What about Japanese that love Japan? Can we not call them weebs? I wouldn't know. I try not to dig too deep into these things. Anyway, progress is going somewhat rapidly for connecting up the Asias here. And at a quick glance, we can see that it's, well, if we get rid of those names, generally speaking, the newest tracks we've made across Europe and Asia are the best ones, but I think that's all because of that massive train spine that runs down. It looks like things are getting a little bit clogged on the side of the Iberian Exchange, though. Where are these people wanting to go? Gambia. Well, that's fine. Still a lot of people want to go to the Central European Exchange, which does surprise me a little bit. Jings, the Central European Exchange is one busy place, especially with mail. Lots of mail wanting to go to the Iberian Exchange. Somewhat worrying, especially since I can't add any more station here, but that's just something Western Europe's going to have to figure out. Glorious Asia has maglev now, and I see no reason not to be using maglev for Asia. In addition to the metro system here, of course. Little Taiwan. How are you going to come into everything? It might be that I just tell Taiwan to go over to Shanghai, or I connect them up to the Far East Exchange. Either way, they're just going to be latching on to something. It makes more sense for them to latch onto the Far East Exchange, even though it's a bit of a trek for them, and ultimately not very worthwhile. But I have faith in them. Here you go, Taiwan. Here's your dock. It's the unfortunate existence for people that are on islands in this world that I'm making. Okay, we'll start out with mail then. Taiwanese mail over to Far East Exchange and back. And honestly, I'm just going to have 2 of you, because you don't really need much more than that. And we'll do the same for passengers. 2, 3, 4 of you. Now get out there. They are unlikely to separate the way I want them to. They're probably going to be jammed up together as they go there and back. Where's the Berlin construction site since 1989? Berlin is a bit of a construction site right now. In fact, this takes up a good 1/3 of Germany, doesn't it? Kind of eclipsing Switzerland, but what isn't? Italy is probably one of the worst things I've done here. Italy could have easily been divided up. Landmass-wise, it's practically Japan on this map. But no, I just shoved Italy down at the bottom and said that was that. Well, I've done crimes to map design on this map. Right, Jings, we've cornered the world here. It's really just the subcontinent remaining. Although I did say I would latch in Greater China into China. Where are we going to go for that? Looking at it, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 slots here to still use up the Far East Exchange. I could have 2 of them just run a actually, I could have 1 of them just run a dedicated line here, which sucks up everyone here. Do I want to do that, though? It's not a question of wanting to, it's just a question of doing. 1 track, 5 length, crunch, crunch, crunch. Ah, this comes out 1 more than I thought it would. That's my mistake, you shouldn't be there. There we go. Now... Will we have this run right through Qinghai? Hypothetical question, of course. We will have this run right through Qinghai. Fortunately, this tiny amount of elevation is in the way. The measured response is to destroy some people's home. 5, 10, almost. 15. What a horrible existence to these people. I think they're people. Chinese Q is pronounced like ch, so it's Qinghai. But then why would they put a Q there? I'm not so sure this is going to work on the elevation front. I'm almost certain it will not. It's just going down, down, down along the way here. I need a better plan. Like... coming out to this point, equalizing to here, bringing you down to that point and then going along. And then realizing that's still not enough because I didn't equalize wide enough. There we go. Still close and get so far. Still so far. There we go. Hopefully the maglev can handle that. And whilst we're busy destroying Qinghai, I might as well give them the maintenance. So. Out pops our Mega Maglev, which can be mega long, can't it? What length is this? 15? So I'll bring you up till about, yeah, that. And you all the way up to, ooh, a flush 15. And your very simple job is to go to Qinghai, to Far Eastern Exchange, maintenance if needed, go. Khotan, Xinjiang, Shanxi, and Shizang. They all need to get over to Qinghai, but how? How? I mean, they could just have single lines that run in. There's no good reason to build anything more complex than that. Well, it would probably look a bit better than having daft roads running cars around here. How could I do such a thing? Calling my beloved road vehicles daft like that. Even so. What length are we looking at? Probably just fivers here. 5 length, single track that is. Upon a time people lived happy lives here. Then I came along and gave them progress. I do like running the train track right down the center of a city though. It just feels like a very good, efficient placement. Oh, is this straight? Straight as a pretzel. A single zigger here. Unsure if that's going to slow them down much. This is unfortunate, however. That still gets practically the whole city. Finalizing comes in. Don't know if I mentioned it at the start of the stream or not, but since this is coming to its conclusion today, we'll be voting on the next long play. Feels like an aeon since I had the last long play vote, but that vote was for this game. And it was a pretty big vote, so it stands to reason that it would have lasted a fair whack of time. It was a very contentious one as well. I wanted to run Xenonauts Ballistics only, but I didn't want to get a free pass on the long play vote, so I forced it to fight against OpenTTD, which I knew would have a similar level of zealous support. In the end, by something like 7 votes out of, what, hundreds, maybe 1,000 votes, OpenTTD reigned supreme. Some people have been mad ever since. Oh, shoot. Well, no undo button in this game. That was a mistake. I didn't mean to tear down that high rise. Not me, though. I'm enjoying this game. Great game. Recht. Very simple. Khotan, Qinghai, maintenance if needed, go. And also this is Khotan Central. Yeah, Zyngus. I remember how I put down 15 or so votes into this game by accident, causing it to win. So really it's all down to Zyngus that OpenTTD won. The real question is, how could Zyngus prefer Xenonauts? He seems like so much of a TTD kind of guy. Right, no Khotaning here. Instead it's Xinjiang. Oh, and certainly no Khotan train depot. If you need depoting, get it there. Now activate. It's kind of cool seeing the trains pop out like that. Oh, this game is full of cool stuff. No need for signaling or anything, never need that on trains on single lines, which is sadly all the AI really builds in this game. I've never seen a game with a competent AI. That didn't come out right, did it? I've never seen a logistics game with a competent AI. What was that other one? Railway Empire? It just, it would just build single tracks like it does in this. It's sad. I was actually quite looking forward to playing this game with AI against me, but that's not how it transpired. Wow, you broke down already. Fortunately, I did test the game's AI before rushing straight into a game with it. And yeah, it was pretty awful. Do not recommend. So whilst I was saying all the good things about OpenTTD, it certainly doesn't fix that issue. There we go. Now, the reason all these are being so easy to set up is, in my opinion, courtesy of having made the Far Eastern Exchange and indeed the entire giant Trans-Eurasia railway network that I've made. It's been a real champ. I looked it up, Real Life Japan Maglab, not before 2027 by the current schedule. Surely you're a clever enough guy, Alpha, to stroll on in, show them how it's done, and then they're going to end up way ahead of schedule thanks to you. The rules of this game are absolute. Okay, that's a bit wonky, but it should work. Especially if we interrupt all their driving by having our maintenance depot right here. And no, it's not the Shanxi furnace. Oldest furnace to ever work in right there. Oh, I shouldn't have looked at that. It made me think of you know which game. And I've nothing left to do in you know that game. German engineer increases Japanese efficiency with magnets folded. No, I don't think they want German engineering on logistical issues like that. You say, oh, I have experience with Berlin Airport. I know how we can make this go a lot longer. Once again, I don't want your crummy orders here. Just go Shanxi to Qingwatsits and maintenance if needed. And then you also grab that train, but not those orders. Probably some people that are queasy at the very thought of having lines with just single trains running on them, but I can't imagine needing more for little Shishang here. How are you doing anyway here? You got a lot of passengers. I assume not passengers want to go this way, otherwise we would have already gotten on that train. Actually, they're all wanting to go to the Far Eastern Exchange, so I'm guessing they're just coming in from the others. And then when the train comes back, it's going to pick them all up. The rating is still excellent. In fact, the target rating is almost maximum. And you're just going to gobble up those passengers nice and quick. And you know what? I'm actually going to give Qinghai my statue. They deserve it. The madman actually called Tibet by its exonym. I don't know what exonym means, but if somebody gives me a decent map of the world with name placements, I'm just going to go by it, because I generally don't have the... what's the opposite of ignorance? Well, I don't have the opposite of ignorance to correct them on it. Of course, somebody earlier on pointed out that having a distinction between Republic of Ireland and Northern Ireland is something only a Brit would do. I'm not so sure about that. Surely the division between Northern Ireland and Republic of Ireland is well known across the world. No, I don't think I could even trust fellow Anglos across the sea to know the difference. Alright, how are things going along here? Actually, we have a map for checking this. Understandably, the cargo flow for the trams is busier. That's a lot of mail that wants to move around. Oh, but it's for the Far Eastern Exchange. That's not my problem. In fact, it's the opposite of a problem because you're going to come along and grab all of that mail, right? You are going to come and grab all of that mail, right? Glug, 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 glug. All gone. Huh, I wonder what the problems are with the tram system then. Looks to be running fine to me. Where's my tram stops at? There and there. Alright, I'll need to click on one of them. Huh, no, seems to be taken care of, no problem. LOL, I'm from Northern Ireland. Unless you're an Ulster Scot, good luck finding anyone who does refer to you as Irish. Cribbins, I don't think we've got many Irish people around here, given the amount of lambasting I do of your island, your people, your culture, your attitudes, but it's not racism if it's built on experience. I've lived with an Irishman before. Right. Indochina. How are we going to link you up? Oh Christ, I forgot about the whole Indonesia thing here. Papua New Guinea, Guinea. He's thinking. I had an idea, didn't I? Something about trains. Yeah, mini trains. I have a feeling that could go so wrong so easily. No. Even though I had that idea, I think I would just say no to it. Well, Irish way is just the backwards British way. I could understand you being Irish. I wouldn't understand you still being in Ireland. You didn't say you are, you said you're from Northern Ireland. The boats would work here because of the positioning of just about everything except for Borneo. Not the biggest fan of using so many boats around here, though it just feels like it's... No, I'm sure I'd pollute the map by using bridges and such. Let's get them their boats. Sulawesi. Can I slam you here as well? Looks like it. Sulawesi and... more Sulawesi. Papua New Guinea. Oh no, it's just New Guinea before we do the Papa. I would like a good angle on dock first. Borneo looks like it might need an actual airport to get it anywhere. Could be a bit of a problem actually. I'm not a big fan of just slamming an airport down because it's going to get congested for everyone who wants to go in and out of Borneo. We could give them an elaborate lock system. That is ugly in its own way though. Right, I have something of an idea. And it's going to be a case of Borneo people getting a tram down to a dock. This could be done with just extending lines out, but I didn't particularly want to do that. And because I don't do it often, I'm going to have a one-way tram here. Could we elevate you by one? Because I want to put you here. And I want to have the tram system run straight down here into another one. This isn't a great idea, but I do like doing different things. Destroy destroy you and slam you here. And then we're going to have you here, and you here, and you here, and you here. And of course we need them on this end as well, but connected to the docks. So you go there, then there, then there. And then you force into there for maintenance. And believe it or not, you're just going right back out the way you came. And back into there and around you go. And 2, 3, 4. I can't imagine any way that these vehicles could overtake each other. So I like to imagine 4 of you, and then we do the same with passengers. We're going to take the same order, 2, 3, 4 of you, and then we just activate them. You, then you, then you, then you, and you guessed it, you, then you. I struggle to see of a way that they could overtake because they go in and just come straight out. They're essentially just running along. Well, if they ever manage to overtake or undertake each other, then colour me impressed. But the whole idea is just to allow them to move around. But there's an extra trick to this. Sometimes, if you just move people towards an exchange point like the docks, which doesn't actually connect anywhere that accepts goods, they'll go, oh, I want to go literally anywhere except the station you picked me up from. And they won't accept this as literally anywhere. So you can end up with full vehicles unable to drop off their people. So that's why I wanted 2 stations here. I'm sure there were better ways to deal with it than that, but this'll do. I need the name of 2 cities in Borneo, please. Because I got 2 plazas here. And I like to use plazas with city names if there are more than 2 of them. And since I doubt anyone's got any names to hand, I'm going to load up Google Maps myself, and once again it centers in Stockholm. You gotta be kidding me, there's one called Kuching. I like the sound of that. Not seeing any Kuchings here, but I'll believe you, because I want to believe you. And the other one is Samarinda. Alright, not too shabby. Something's getting going with the docks there. Sulawesi has its docks. Papua New Guinea does not, but Guinea does. So we're going to have a very rudimentary roadway over to New Guinea. Well, their docks specifically. I don't often do the run-throughs with these, but I think I might. Wow, that might actually work. Can you be connected to the docks? Can you be connected to the docks? Sweet, in that case. I'm gonna make this one way. Yeah. These people just disgust me. Right. I couldn't make them one way because it's owned by the government, so instead I destroy what the government owns, rebuild it in my own name, and then I can make it one way. So then people have to come in through this way, or along this way, get in through there, and all is well. How about what they do from Papua New Guinea itself? It's pretty much none of my business, so I'll just slam down you. And can this be lowered? Yes, it can. And that was bad. I need to make sure these are linked. There we go. Papua New Guinea Plaza operational, and maintenance for all who need it. All who need it. And I love so much about this game. It's actually going to be painful not to play it for a while. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of you. Automate and separated should be fine. And then Little Duke takes care of the rest. I don't know if I'll ever get some new vehicles. Right, that connects you up well and good. Everywhere else can get their docks. That's not a dock. That, however, is. There we go, Java docks cover most of Java like that. Do I want to shove one on this side? Why not? Allows them to get anywhere and everywhere. Don't particularly want to destroy these nice little islands here, even though they are gameplay-wise almost completely useless. Well, too bad, one of them's gonna have to go. There you go, there we go. Sumatra docks and Malaysian docks. How do they actually do for public transport around Indonesia? They surely have to do a lot of sailing or flying or something. Philippines as well, of course, can need their connections. I understand the pain of not playing, but after clearing a map, it usually takes a while before I find the craving again. Yeah, but I think it's always going to come back. Kind of like Caesar 3. And trust me, I'm having a hard time resisting Caesar 3 as it is. The main reason I'm able to deny Caesar 3 its claws in me is because I don't have any good new maps to play at the moment. Right, this is all well and good, but how exactly do we connect these people up? The main connection over to the old world is through the Western Australian Oh my god, what? I didn't think it would be that busy. I think it's just because they are so spread out. Let's see you, for example. You're a lot of passengers. Your first destination is Western Aussie. So if I grabbed you and I just cloned that ship up Brazilian times, that should help out a fair bit. That's what I mean. Boats do not automatically separate out very well over long journeys. Not far from it. Somewhere in the world, Marek just perked up and says you call it. Marek's married to Augustus these days, and I am not an Augustus fan. This is a little unfortunate that the boats still cluster together in JGR. It's probably too expensive to figure out how to make them work otherwise. So maybe you want to go to DRC. Still, the point is that's the main connection over to the New World. Even though these are probably absolutely clogged. Hey, it's Alpha Zeppelins again. Bringing all that sand. Surprisingly making me money in doing so. Yeah, look at that. Showing dark orange as if to say super saturated. Or overloaded, rather. The alternative is taking a Suez Canal. Right, we're probably going to need it at some point anyway, so let's do it. So for that, lock system, and one canal. See, we make it look so easy. I don't know what people were struggling with for years. Might need widened here a bit as well, so the boats can actually get through. And that will... I'm thinking Israel would make more of a better central port than Egypt. Egypt's just tacked on to Chad. Not particularly well. You can tell by all the 13,000 people that want to get out of Egypt over to Chad. What does this canal open up for us? It means if we collected a lot of people in a nice central area like, say, Sri Lanka, which can grab a lot of these places, we can have a Sri Lanka to... maybe all the way to Bulgaria, because Bulgaria's got a good connection going on. Because Bulgarian ships connect to Iberia Exchange and the Central European, or the Eastern European Exchange rather. Which isn't a good piece of news if you're a bag of mail, but if you're a passenger, it's pretty good news. James, I do like seeing the rate at which those passengers just get gobbled up. We have you arriving. Glug, glug, glug. That said, each of these only do 5 at a time, and there are a lot of passengers there, aren't there? Where are they wanting to go, anyway? Actually, most of them want to go to Bulgaria, which is fine, because we have boats taking care of that. So those people wanting to go to Bulgaria... glug, 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 glug. That's what I'd like to say, but they're also arriving by the many. Anyway, point is... boats need to collect people relatively centrally here, pass them on to another central point, probably Sri Lanka, and then off to Bulgaria they go. That's a long journey bypassing a lot of places, but Bulgaria itself can prove a nice place to move them around to. They will need an alternative to get them into Africa though. But that's maybe where I have a Sri Lanka to Cape Town route. Sadly, I made the Eastern African routes way too tacked on. These could never support loads of people coming in from, say, Djibouti. And Djibouti already has a lot of people. Oh, it's chugging along nicely. I'm pretty happy with the cargo flow of the world, especially if we enable everything going on there. What's my favourite view? I think this is my favourite view. Especially if we make it large enough. Showing absolutely everybody going around. Every little car, every little train, every little boat, even the planes. Looky there. Hang on, we can zoom in right in on you. Right in on you. I missed it, didn't I? No, I didn't. There you are. Whee! Now, what important VIPs, or what priority mail is this thing delivering, you might ask? Well, the answer is 400 tons of much-needed scrap metal from New York. Because that's the lengths we go to keep the beating heart of Africa running at 14,000 tons of steel a month. That is why we have so much money. It's a strong plane, dang. 400 tons? Is that a lot for a plane? Maybe. I suppose it would be specifically decked out to handle that. Right, if we've got all these people docked, then... I'm still not entirely satisfied with just having it go out to Sri Lanka. But why? Don't have a good reason for why. But maybe the Borneo docks should accept a lot of these people, but I also want it to head north some way. But if I just bring it over to Guangxi... Could Guangxi handle that? Well, could the entire Chinese metro handle that? I actually think that we're going to connect everybody over at Borneo. Borneo will connect to Sri Lanka and Guangxi and the Far East Exchange. Yeah, that way it's a quick entry into China, an entry to the rest of the world, including going north out of Beijing, central, and by going to Sri Lanka, we can connect it up to the very much rest of the world by going down to Cape Town, which can also connect to Western Australia, and you could also connect. Yeah, okay, good, that makes sense. We just need to set up the boats now. And it's not a long distance, so I do not foresee the need for, what's the word? Buoys. I shouldn't need a lot of buoys. We'll probably need some though, because of Borneo's position. Like one here. Maybe even one here. Like that should be a clean run. Give Taiwan one. Google tells me the largest cargo plane can carry 250 tons of payload. Ah, but you see, we're in the far-flung distance of 2024. So, cargo plane technology has come on a long way, crew worker. Really though, is it that low? How many people can the largest plane hold? Because if you just get that full of absolute fatties, then maybe you could exceed that. Lost my train of thought. Thinking of fatties. Right. I like to give maintenance places by all the docks so that boats that are on their last legs can immediately think, oh, a dock, I can go and get maintenance now. Obviously I already have one for Western Aussies. I don't like the look of these, honestly, but needs must. I'd like a setting where boats just automatically get maintenance at docks rather than having to use these weird flotation devices. Right, Borneo, time to connect you to a lot of places. I don't really want to use the duck it, so what do we have as the latest boats? Makos? Enoshimas? The Port Jackson? I think the Mako is rather nice. Or is it the Mako? Don't know, I didn't play a lot of Mass Effect. Because it's not as good as Shatter, right? I shouldn't need a lot of these, but I'll still overbuild them. So there we go, that takes care of the Philippines. This direct route is so much better than the horrors that we had with the big circular routes when we did the Perfect Hansa run. Well, it wasn't a Perfect Hansa, but it was a Hanseatic run. Malaysia, Europe. Malaysia to Borneo. Automate. 3 of you for passengers and 2 of you for mail. Oops, what did I even do there? Grab that one. Oh, crikey, what did I just do there? Okay. Be gone. You. Steal that order. If you have so many hunks in one place, what do you need a plane for? I'm sure they're going to carry that payload by themselves. You have giant muscle hunks for maximum weight per square inch. Are you just trying to ruin a plane? Right. Sumatra. It sucks to be from Sumatra wanting to go to Malaysia. You've got to take a route to Borneo. That's just how it goes sometimes. 2 of you, automate, separate, and then 3 of them for passengers. Not 4. 3 should suffice. These are pretty chunky boats as it is. Java's up next. So from the Java docks to Borneo docks. I shouldn't need to use the Java boy for this, they can figure it out. 3 of you on automate, separate, and mail takes the same order. We'll have 2 of them. Sulawesi. I'll tell them to go via the Java boy here. Sulawesi, Java boy, and Borneo. Definitely a longer journey they could make themselves, but never trust them. Never ever trust a boat to figure out its way around. 2 of you for mail on automate separate, and then passenger, same order, 3 of them, go. And now New Guinea. Even though it's further away, I think I'll still just keep it to 3 boats. No, I won't. Sulawesi, Java, Borneo. And then back again, otherwise I get lost on the way back. Automate, separate 2, 3, 4, 5 of you for passengers. And 1, 2, 3 for mail. Go. That was easy enough. Pretty sure that's connected up all of the Indonesians. So then it's largely a case of Borneo making its longer connections. Borneo to the Taiwan boy to the Shandong boy to the Far Eastern Exchange is probably the most pressing connection to make. I'm bothered by you sitting there at 0%, but you're probably just waiting because of the what's the word? The automated separation, courtesy of JGR. Now this is a bit longer and I want it to be faster, so I'm going to use the duck it here. Duck it goes from Borneo to Taiwan boy to Shandong boy to the exchange and back again. Out of the way, boats. If you accidentally click on a boat, you will copy the order of the boat you're clicking on, and you don't want to do that. Well, I don't want to do that. These guys are never going to properly automate and separate, but I'll live with it. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 should suffice. And we'll have some mail ones done as well. Copying the same order. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of you. Activate. Now that's a bit of a mistake. Activating them all in one clump like this means they're going to clump up pretty much forever. But I don't really have the patience to time their spacing out. I've done it before, not really sure I want to do it again. Now that's all well and good. I want these folks over to Sri Lanka as well though. Sri Lanka gets to enjoy the old double docking. I said I wanted to put them there, didn't I also say I wanted them in Western Australia? I think I did. I lack a bit of buoying for that. I'll give them the Java buoy. And then they're probably going to come along around here one way or the other. Ugh, as long as they make it over to Western Australia one way or another, it's okay. And also, I'm going to give them maintenance along the way just in case they start having problems. Let's get that ducket. Borneo. Java, Western Aussies, proper Western Aussie, and back again. It's so nice that you don't have to do this every single time for every single vehicle. I dread to imagine how it was. I feel like I accidentally clicked on something there, but I dread to imagine how this actually worked out playing in the original version. Probably nowhere near this fluid. But Ninjin, if he's still around, could confirm or deny. He did recently stream it on, well, the original version of this game. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Automate, separate, even though you won't, and go. Alright, that connects the Indonesians up with the entire world. And it helps everybody get to Indonesia, so long as they're willing to make a detour through the Far Eastern Exchange just south of Beijing, or go over to Australia. Imagine how costly it would be to actually put a maintenance place for ships in the middle of the Indian Ocean. Probably mucho expensive, but thanks to the reminder that I should give Sri Lanka a place for maintenance, and I should probably make sure that there are buoys that head over there. And I like the boys to have maintenance stations nearby as well, just in case there's a breakdown at sea. Maybe I should already start, just get all my Borneo ships ready. To that extent, let's duck it again. The ducats start at Borneo. Busy, busy place. Borneo goes to Malaysian boy, Sri Lanka boy, to proper Sri Lanka. Anyone know anything about Sri Lanka? It's just kind of there, the appendix of India. But I don't really know what goes on there. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. And same one for male. Copy the other ones and 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Why not? Automate and separate, even though you don't do that much. Formerly known as silly. Well, that's not really a fact about something. Oh, it's not. It's called this, or it's close to this. No, what does it do? What happens there? What relevance does it hold? It had one of the worst civil wars in recent history. Tamil Tigers and the government basically just killing everyone. Good for them. Work the violence out of the system. It looks like Roller Coaster Tycoon points out Some Guy 3. Oh no, the Awesome Guy. Not Some Guy, Awesome Guy. Gonna need you to explain what makes you so awesome. Well, your knowledge of Roller Coaster Tycoon is already pretty awesome. The game is great, and yes, they are both the brainchild of Chris Sawyer, coding genius. Jinx, that was surprisingly simple to rope all of this into the great Pax Americana system. And that's leaving the subcontinent really isolated now. We need to get on it, but we need to have a plan. What's the plan? Cambodia is quite close to sea level. Putting a lock there wouldn't be the most egregious thing I've ever done. What I could do is... I wouldn't even need a lock, would I? I could put a giant station here that runs its way along, has the big Uttar Pradesh connection from which they can... well, not honestly have a lot of options, but from there it would continue on to... I don't know. I still would quite like to connect up to Israel a bit more. It just seems wrong that we haven't given Israel that much attention, despite this being the USA colonizing the whole world. It's just positionally, it's not great thanks to this long, large slope down into the Mediterranean. Huh, don't often think of Israel as a Mediterranean country, but I suppose it is. I had to do simple calculations with assembly back in university. It was an absolute pain. One of the blood vessels in Ninjin's forehead just pops. Yeah, that split of land connecting Sri Lanka. Isn't it on the map in CK3? I don't know if that's actually accurate for the entire span of the game or not. Hey, you know, there's nothing, absolutely nothing, saying that this train line has to run all the way over to Israel. It could even run down to Sri Lanka. Or be close to that Sri Lanka dock that I just made. How much of Sri Lanka am I willing to destroy for that? I would need at least 4 width. That would be a lot of Sri Lanka to just level. Does Sri Lanka deserve better? Well, maybe maybe no. Temptation, temptation, must resist. Even so, I do think I should have a train line that runs along here some way, somehow. There are no NPCs in this run. You can turn on NPCs, but give it a go for about half an hour and then regret it. That's what I did. Because they build horrible, hideous single-track trains everywhere. And you can absorb the AI by buying out the company, and then there's no good tools to just delete the monstrosities that they have created. Okay, what if Tamil Nadu were connected to the Sri Lankan docks and themselves had an enormous train station that fans out both to all of Indochina and Pakistan and the other stans, but not Turkmenistan and Co, because they're already connected up to what exactly? Oh, the Uzbekistani exchange runs up to the Sverdlovsk exchange, so no to that. Yeah, actually I quite like that idea. It'll be something of a big Indian fountain coming out here and then splashing out both sides. My main concern is the other connections, like what if you're in Cambodia and you wanted to go to Hong Kong? Is your only option to go all the way over here and back out? I say no, because the end of the fountain points could have a dock that connects them up to the nearest docking center point, in this case Borneo. So let's say you're in Bangladesh and you want to go there, at least it's not too bad to go to Cambodia, Borneo, and then up, although this doesn't connect, maybe it should someday. In fact, let's not play the maybe game, let's get it done. Alright, got an idea, good. I really like it. I think I might even like this kind of planning even more than in Roller Coaster Tycoon. That doesn't even need a boy, they can just do that back and forth. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of you. 4 for male. It's pretty instant gratification with this kind of planning in Roller Coaster Tycoon, but in this game, it feels like you need to do a lot more bigger picture thinking. It feels good. It feels great. Alright, how big's this station? It's going to be maglev. So, first off, let's make sure we have adequate space for it. And there may have to be some small-scale wanton destruction of Cambodia for this to work. They'll understand. I'll make them understand our peaceful ways. There's your Cambodian dock. I often make this mistake, but I do actually need the... I do need the lock to... Is that actually my lock? Why is it not? There we go. I realised I was saying words and it instantly cut off what I was saying, but I know you'll understand. Oh, it can't run a river across that. That'll be fine. So Cambodia can go around that, and I want that to be an option. Let's get that maglev going. I had a train of thought going previous and I've already managed to forget it. No time for half measure 5 track. I think we're going to go 7 lengthers here. How many stations? 6? Pretty hefty, but I want hefty. The Great Cambodian Heights are going to run through here. People are going to connect to the Cambodia Heights. I will have it have a stop through Bangladesh. Everything here is close enough to get to Cambodia Heights by road vehicles. Burma is probably just going to take a boat over to Sri Lanka or Tamil Nadu. It was a mistake to have the main connection be Sri Lanka instead of Tamil Nadu. A mistake which I will probably correct later. So yeah, lucky you Bangladesh, you're going to get served by this big old train station. 6 track, 7 length. Should be able to cross the river like that. Bhutan can connect over to Bangladesh. And I'm actually starting to think that Tamil Nadu is not the best place for this, but I think visually I'm going to enjoy it more being here. First off, just destroy anyone's idea that they're allowed to live here. Now, if I want you to be connected to a port, this could get a little ugly. How much of India am I willing to flatten? How How much of India am I not willing to flatten? Get out of here. Okay. 6. Another 6 is 12. 13, 14, 15, 16. Yeah. Can we solve this problem? I think so. There we go. Just steal away their coastline. Build another 6 here. Build my much needed port right on here. Nice. I'm sure the people of Tamil Nadu are ultimately grateful for what I'm doing here. I need more space to work with. There we go. Fortunately, this doesn't have to be as big and complex an entry as it seems like it might. But it does need to be relatively big. They're only length 7 stations actually, should be fine. Just make sure everything has its run out first. Sad to think, but this is one of the last connections we're going to be making. There are going to be a few errant states in the USA that we need to finally fold in 100 years later. But in terms of the world, this is probably the last major station we need to do. Jake, can I know if you take game recommendations? I loved your series on Frostpunk. I think you will enjoy some similar games as well. I take recommendations all the time, and I have a lot of different ways to give recommendations. Might as well go through them. 1, weekly one-shot. If you have a challenge submission, and all the links should be below the stream for this, you can put in any of the challenges. I do those once a week. Subscribers can put in punishment games. Now they're in a league of their own. But in terms of games that take up a lot of time, there's a long play submission. And that should again be right below the stream. And they're all free to do. Well, the long plays are free to do. I don't like the idea of gating that kind of stuff. Some people have good ideas, might as well hear them. Again, punishment games get to be the exception that prove the rule. I'm doing this wrong, haven't I? Yes, I am. I don't know how I keep managing to do this wrong. I built 100 of these and I still don't know how to do it. The point is you connect up to there. From there. There we go. Jinx, I don't know how that keeps defeating me, but it does. I'm a little saddened that I keep using the same design for these, though. You'd think there are other designs for endpoint stations that I could be using. Right, never mind that. What I do mind is the length, and the length is better than perfect. That should be a-okay. These guys we don't care much about. They can just take a boat over to Tamil Nadu for all we care, and we don't care much. I will see to them later on though. Over to Bangladesh. Ah, cheers, Ninja's got the form handy. Right, these guys need to come together. They'll be coming in through here, which is fine. They can just, whoopsie doodle. They can just come in and spread out, no problem. However, here, they need a bit of a leader out before they connect back up. And then bridge on over. Not without its own problems. How much of India am I willing to destroy? The answer is yes. There's a guy at Paradox, and he loves India. God knows why. I'm not even sure if he's ever been. I also don't know how one could come to love India, but that's what one gets for reading JoJo. Point is, he'd probably be crying at seeing what I'm doing to the place. And he'd probably very much disagree with the naming conventions. Okay, that's almost agreeable. As for you, I just brought you down a touch. There we... well, that was hideous, but there we go. Sweet. Good connection over to Bangladesh, and then finally down to Cambodia. Bangladesh can have Bhutan come in. Burma would probably benefit from sailing over to Bangladesh. Or honestly, Burma could have a dedicated high-speed maglev line over to it as well. That would work. Unfortunate reality for Cambodia Heights is that it also needs a lead-in. And it's not going to like it. Well, I'm not going to like it, but I've got to build it. Blueprinting would probably take a bit of the soul out of this game, but it could certainly do it for... could certainly do with it for situations like this. Type of track you've built a dozen times already, and you still have to manually keep putting it in. I was actually reading some old... what's the word now? What is the word now? The old Friday Factorio facts. Getting a kick out of reading those. Interesting to see how much Factorio's come along, because I wasn't actually aware of all of it. I only joined very late in the game. Still early access, and that's a bit of a shame, but I either should have stuck to my guns and waited for the full release, or played it earlier. Yeah, the old Factorio facts were quite interesting, especially seeing ideas that manifested differently to the way they were talking about it. I know at Paradox we're very shy, or we were. I keep saying we when it comes to Paradox. I'm worked down forever. I'm not married to the place. Anyway, very shy on talking about ideas that aren't already destined to be in the game. Across like so. Whereas in Factorio it's kind of refreshing how much they wanted to talk about just ideas they were having. I was quite taken with their dirty mining idea. Now I think mechanically that would be pretty cool, but it's also cool that that was a solution to a problem that the game had, where in the late game you spend way too much of your time manually creating new mining outposts because they just dry up so quickly. So you could have this late game idea of dirty mining, which would need additional processing, but mean that you get a lot more out of your mining outposts. But of course the solution that was implemented was putting in late game infinite research to increase the output of all miners and pump jacks, while simultaneously making it that mine crops far away from your starting area become richer. Got a lot of time for the solutions they come up with at Woob. Of course, on the other hand, they take a lot of time to come up with solutions at Woob. They are some, well, a bit unfair to say that they're slow developers, isn't it? They work at the pace that they want to work at. Can feel slow as the consumer though. Where the heck's the expansion? I want to play more Factorio. What the heck? Can I not perspective? I don't think I can. Ah, wait, I'm beginning to see the problem now. You are the problem. Howdy, Jake. How much of the world is left, if by world you mean Japan's natural beauty? Wait, that's not Japan. Yeah, Japan... Something came and flattened most of it. I suppose the most northern point of Japan is still looking relatively bumpy, but the rest of it I was just like, nah, flatten it all. Shame on me, but too bad. We did the same to Korea. You have to understand its gameplay limitations. Okay, that's one side of the Great Indian Fountain. How's the other side going to come out? It's going to coalesce together. What are the people of Uttar Pradesh? Actually, I think we're going to make a bypass. The Bangladeshi-Pakistani bypass through Uttar Pradesh. It might stop Tamil being as clogged up as it might otherwise be. But where did I say this side would end? I can't remember. I'm not sure if I ever even came to a decision. It was just something along the lines of picking up the Stannies, wasn't it? Alchemy Meister has one route left. We didn't do the pink route, did we? But I don't see the need to go back to that game. Not least of all because the other game, Castlemeister, the one with Fia, that game had so much quality of life, I reckon it'd be hard to go back to Kamadori. Amayui, that was it. Been a while since we've had a real hardcore weeb game on the channel, though. Maybe we should have it back before long, lest people get too decadent, thinking this is some kind of normie channel. Over my dead body. Right, length here goes out to 11. I could not... I don't know why I'm obsessed with Israel here, but I just feel like it's right. Maybe I could still obsess myself with Israel. Yes, it's all come to me now. I can't not have Israel be the heart and soul of this operation. We are American after all. Yes, yes. Right, first things first, I need you to stop. And I need you to also be stopped. I need you to move. There we go. No. That's Maglev. We need to go dial the dates back a bit to monorail. Yeah, those things are awfully loud. Here you go, my greatest ally. Hey, now I can restart you. They'll instantly know what they're doing, or so I hope. Question, did this game manage to make the world spherical? Did it just scale it as if the map we normally use? It's all flat. I'm sure that's not the question you're asking. Maybe you're asking what the projection is, and that I also don't really know. It's hard to get a good look at the world now. We've cluttered it up with so much stuff. Ah, that's not a bad look. Actually, that's a pretty good look. You can easily see where the main boating lanes are. Some more maiden than others. Why so many people want to go to South America is beyond me. Flat Earthers would love this game. Especially since you really can flatten the Earth. What was I just doing? Ah, yes, Israel. Now, there might still be problems with this, but There might not be. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So, ooh, this'll work. Maglev, come to me. Also on pause game. 6 track, 7 length, right? Yeah, flat elf required. I know. I'm working on it, game. Actually, I could work out a little bit better if it were actually a touch flatter here. Still doesn't like it. It's not flat enough. How is that still not flat enough? Come on, game. You can see what I'm trying to do here. There we go. Israel Central modernized. And now every Israelite that's always wanted to go to the southern tip of India will be able to do so at breakneck speed. Not only that, but Israel is connected pretty well to the Bulgarian docks, which are a good gateway to the rest of the world. Excellent. Now it's just a case of bringing you together, and I actually think I will have it come up like so, rather than flatten truly everything out here. Now I can't crisscross you like so, but I can crisscross you at this point. A little worse for the throughput, but probably okay in the end. Then you'll come out along here, and then which of the Istans will we have you work together with? Maybe straight over to Pakistan and then Tamil. It's a long route, but there is a great temptation here. Too great. Yeah, bye-bye Pakistan. That's not even the end of the destruction of Pakistan. It's okay. Last time I checked the stats of people that come to visit the stream, there are no Pakistanis here. Although this could just be my Father Ted moment. I don't know what kind of people he was talking about in that skit. Father Ted is giving this big demonstration about how not racist he is, and it shows a clip of some kind of person who's like, oh, everyone knows there's none of these people on Kriegi Island. And there's one in the audience. Brilliance. Here you're a racist now, Father. Was never called into question. I'm just always racist against the right kind of people. Maybe the reason I always throw myself into confusion is because I'm drawing these things out prematurely. The Chinese impression. That was what that episode was full of golden moments. Yeah, the whole. I can't claim to have watched enough of it to say the whole series, but I have fond memories of the few and far between moments of watching Father Ted. It really was quite few and far between, somewhat sadly. How are we going to deal with you? Going under is not an ideal situation since we're going straight into a mountain here. So I think the obvious idea is to destroy a significant chunk of Iraq, who's been struggling to grow as is. Oh no, Iraq's growing into Kuwait. Oh, actually, the Kuwait war is going to play out very differently in this time frame. Kuwait's got about twice the numbers Iraq does. What about natural resources? They both appear to have none. Well, that's slightly amusing. But we all know there's no Iraqis or Kuwaitis in this community. gonna get you over to Pakistan. Oh yeah, good point. Kuwait's also growing one day faster than Iraq, despite them having identical setups for transportation. Oh, I've been waiting on Frostpunk 2 since its announcement, awesome guy. Even got in touch with 11-bit, asking them what's going on with the game, because, you know, we haven't heard anything in over a year now. It's been a year since Frostpunk 2 was announced, and no news is not good news. But they assured me, game's still on its way, shaping up nicely, and they'll have more information as soon as they can. Which is usually a bit of a cop-out answer, but I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt. What doubt is there? God, maglev is so ugly, why am I using it? I know why I'm using it, because it's amazing and Israel deserves only the best. Okay. Precisely, demon. Right. Not only that, but the Israelites get one hell of a view across the Iranian mountains, which I can only assume is a breathtaking place to go. Wouldn't know, haven't been. Wouldn't mind going someday, but it's a big world. Unusual and actually increase the elevation rather than our usual story of decreasing it. It's going to be a fun maglev ride for whoever goes along it. I'm almost at the point where we can connect up. This is good. I never imagined I'd be able to get this line out as far as I am doing so. Now you're going to come along here, and then how do you connect up? Long straights are good for keeping that high speed going, and maglev's no high speed. That's no with a K. Hey, there we go. It's a little too bumpy. Along you go. Quite a bit of bumps going on, but that's fine. Israel to Pakistan complete, Pakistan to Tamil Nadu, and the final main line that we build in the world will be done. Can we? Well, no, we'll visualize it on the map once it is done. What is the top speed for a maglev? The best ones get above 600 kilometers per hour. The one we have access to right now, 400. I'm assuming we haven't magically gotten a new one. No, we're on the Leviathan Lev 1. I think at about 2050 you get all 4 types of maglev. It's a bit of a shame. I put in a mod called Iron Horse. Is Iron Horse the one? Yeah, Iron Horse is the one with new trains and things. But they're all... They don't have anything that matches the late game trains that you get in vanilla, which is a bit disheartening. Sometimes you do just want to go fast. I really want to go fast. Connect up, you do not. You bridge over here. I was wondering if listening to all this Banished music would fill me with a innate desire to be playing Banished, but it's funny, playing Banished on stream not that long ago just destroyed any desire I have to play the game again. I've already done everything in vanilla, and when I played the Colonial Charter mod, I just thought it was such bloatware. bloatware not being the correct term, but still how I feel about it. Just so much bloat in that mod. And yet it's so popular, so who is in the wrong? Me, of course, because if other people enjoy it, then more power to them. Right, I'm going to bring you along here. Let's see how far we can bring you along first. This could work out rather well, actually. I try to not destroy rivers, and that's exactly what's going on here. The not destruction of them, that is. I think I made this pass a little too wide though, but it's honestly not a problem. Up you go, connect along, and A for aces. Nice not having forests truly everywhere. If I was playing with the JGR patch back when I did the Hanseatic run, which was limited only to Europe and did not include Spain, thank the Lord, the JGR patch had the ability to remove all trees, so I could have used that on the map editor part before playing, but I didn't know about that, so too bad. Pretty good. That's Israel, Pakistan, Tamil, Bangladesh, and Cambodia, all looking good. Just needs to be signalled and used. Out, out, out. In, in. More out, and all the way out. And all the way in. Signals pointing towards the station. And... oh. Out. And in. Yo, I'm new here, says Tomato Man. Aren't you an enemy in Secret of Mana? I watched the Frostpunk series. Do you think you'll be playing Frostpunk 2 when it comes out? Absolutely. It's not even up to question. I will be playing it when it comes out. In. That all seems to work fine. So, next side. Out, out, out. In. I feel like I messed something up previously. Was it here? No, that's all running out fine. Well, we'll see if it messes up when we have our trains operational. Doubtlessly there's been some signals or tracks or something that I've gotten wrong, and there are some trains stuck complaining and have been doing so for decades on this map. But overall, the map is running fine, so no complaints, right? Out, out, and out. In, and in. And America's greatest ally is all connected. Now we just need to put in maintenance spots and get this show on the road. You just need a cool head about it, Ninjin. You see, for me it's the 10 trillionth time I've been asked, but for them it's the first. Right, I want this flattened out because it's a good opportunity to put in maintenance. I haven't Humpty Dumpty'd my maintenance sheds in a long time. I'll admit I'm a little tempted to do so. Yeah, why not? And since we're playing with JGR patch, there is no good reason not to. And I miss Humpty Dumpty anyway. Right, bring you down and a bit more space for tunneling than that. Only a bit, though. Kind of hard to tell how this is, but there you go. What do you mean you don't like that? Does that actually connect? Could be hard to see thanks to how hideous maglevs are. This might not even be Humpty Dumpty as I even remember it, but that's okay. Actually, it's anything but. This isn't Humpty Dumpty at all. What was I thinking of? I don't know. I was thinking of something different though, clearly. Doesn't matter. They can take their way along here and then get their proper maintenance on the sides. I've forgotten entirely how to do a proper Humpty Dumpty. Right, you're coming along this way and along up here and out. Gotta make sure that these are properly signaled as well. Especially in the point where they rejoin in. So that gets some maintenance to and from... I might just have that be their only maintenance along here. So, no, I've got a great opportunity for maintenance at this point. But probably just on the way out. I'm not that generous. Length 7, 2 for the maintenance, and then... practically length 7 on the way back. Cursed signals. There, that'll do. Okay. And then this is a shorter line. I'm not going to be opposed to having just one opportunity for signaling. Oh yeah, I think Humpty Dumpty was just like bringing you down and putting the maintenance station right here. Doesn't give them a bypass though, and I always like my trains to be bypassing when they head off for maintenance. So that's exactly what this little side street is. Ah, Stronghold. Is there much of a modding scene for making actual scenario-like maps on Stronghold? Because I don't get my jollies just from fighting in Stronghold, although it is good. You should be working in your economy towards the idea of being able to fight. It's the foundation of EU, so go figure, I like it in my other games. But I'm not sure if there's even the capability of doing that in Stronghold modding. Bet it's something Marek would know. Marek knows so much about these games. An enviable mount, even. Oh god, the city builders list to look out for in 2023 is enormous. What's with all these games just getting announced and then, oh, well, sorry, you want anything to do with it? You're gonna have to wait for years. There must be some kind of logic to it, but the cynic in me says it's marketing people who want to justify their existence. Not that I would know any people like that. Recht. That took a bit of work, but it's together. It's not that complex, so let's activate it. Length 7 maglev trains, right? There we go. Right. Passenger carriages up to length 5, mail up to length 7. Ooh, sadly 7.1 is too long. That's actually very disappointing. 6.7 length. Well, nothing much I can do about that. You go to Cambodia. You get maintenance if needed. Then Bangladesh. Then Tamil. Back to Bangladesh. Maintenance if needed. And then back to Cambodia. How many are we going to need running this, or want running it? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 should suffice. Automate, separate, activate. All these city builders probably buy Playway, either directly or a subsidiary. Playway likes to announce game ideas, see how many people wishlist them, and then they either progress or not based on interest. Who are these Playway individuals? It's the first I've heard of them. We'll clone that train design we made, destroy its orders, and give it the Israeli path. That is to say, Israel. Maintenance if needed. I control click to make sure they only go for maintenance if needed. By putting a maintenance stop on a train's order, they will never think about going to maintenance on their own. They will only ever go to that place where you said they should consider if needed, which is wonderful. Alright, that gets them sorted. United Arab Emirate Train Depot. Huh, okay, so these train depots consider them part of the United Arab Emirate. That's funny in a way. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 13, 14, 15, 16 is a longer track. Automate, separate, activate, go. There's a theme park building game that I've got my eye on called Park Beyond. I'm a little bit, again, cynical about it because it's being developed by the people behind Tropico 6, which was an aberration to the Tropico name. Horrible disappointment. Okay, not too shabby. Cambodia has Cambodia Heights, which... This is a mistake. Right, I'm going to get rid of Cambodia Dock and remake it, connecting it up to Cambodia Heights. And then Cambodia Heights becomes the Cambodia Exchange. It's connected to all these other places. Vietnam, for one, you're going to have to put your differences aside. It's really short. Not even really worth a train, is it? But honestly, a train would be the simplest thing to put in, so... Enjoy your train. A maglev would be a waste of power. But Asia is clearly superior in every way, so they get to enjoy it. What makes Asia so superior? Well, Israel is there, so go figure. Down we come. Quick change there. Vietnam gets its Vietnamese maintenance shack. This is ridiculous. People could just walk to Cambodia from Vietnam, but instead they get this train. And where's the train to clone? There you are. Get rid of those orders and instead just go from here to there. And get maintenance if needed. Although that's superfluous. Asia's clearly superior in every way. This is not going to get you Japanese residency, you know. I wonder what it would take to get a Japanese passport. It'd be nice to start collecting them. You feel like such a secret agent when you go through an airport with multiple passports. Feels good. And speaking of feeling good, we can actually destroy Thailand without destroying any actual ties. Or can we? Ooh, almost. But that was a hotel, so there probably weren't actual Highland people there. Probably. And get it cloned, get it going. Yeah, we spend all that time on a big exchange like that, and we can just link in single cities this quickly and easily. Feels pretty great. And it might feel like a bit of a cop-out using these single track lanes with single trains on them, but I rather like them, and they're quite true to life. In my experience, at least. My experience being these arse end of nowhere Scottish towns and villages, many of which have actually lost their railways from times bygone. My one certainly had. Over we go, and you're Laotian, ain't ya, Khan? Right. Celebrate King of the Hill by tearing down half of Laos. And I don't like that. We need a better bridge. There we go. And once again, we can clone the train. And tell it to go from Laos to there, and maintenance if needed. And yeah, I saw it. Oh. Oh crikey, yeah, you're right, they don't have multi-citizenship rules there, do they? There's no way in hell I'd surrender glorious EU passport. I put a lot of value in being able to effortlessly walk from one nation to another, inside Europe that is. Tubular steel looks good. I mean, you can count the pixels on the thing, but I really like the fact that you can see the vehicle going through it. Look, even under that bridge part there. Again, this game is from 1990 something. It's old enough to drink, vote, fight, and die. But then again, so's Final Fantasy X, so that's not saying much. Okay, got all those, and the Cambodian exchange should start filling up with people. It'll go even better if it gets connected to somewhere somewhat central like Borneo. And I think I might actually do that. Alright, let's have it then. Give me the ducat. And I'm not talking about ducats like money. Although it does come to mind every time I mention this boat, the ducat. Automate, separate, clone to 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I don't know how many people are going to use this, so let's prepare ourselves for the worst. You take the same order, and 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, go. Become a Japanese cultural icon, so they have to give you honorary citizenship. Now that'd be pretty cool. God knows what I'd get up to there to cause that. And almost certainly wouldn't be legal. Right, Burma to Bangladesh is a simple and natural thing. Yeah, I can actually just connect you in right there. And here you go. That gets half of Burma, potentially the good half. And this honestly shouldn't need much, so I'll give them the Mako Fast Ferry. How could they possibly need more than 760 bags of mail a week coming to and fro there? You just steal that existing order. Difference is you automate, you separate, and there are going to be 2 of you for it. That's just the simplest way to hook anywhere into the Pax Americana. Who else is needing hooked in? Well, I'll tell you one thing. I do not like egregiously not adhering to my own naming convention. You are essential. Thailand is also essential. Aren't I missing someone here? Isn't there a... No. Why do I feel like something's missing here? Google Maps, help me out here. Malaysia, Thailand... No, it's just Burma is a lot bigger than I last noticed. Okay, fair enough. I'll trust Google Maps to know Southeast Asia better than I do. Andhra Pradesh. You have options, but I'll probably just have you sail over to Tamil Nandu's dock. Powerful explosive noise. Again, really, you honestly should not need more than a single fast ferry. One for passengers, one for mail, and go. You forgot Prome, Jake. No, I'm pretty sure Prome became Burma, Moylet. We forgot Matrapur. I wonder if I'll ever get to the point where I end up rewatching my old EU4 campaigns just to remember what I've done in the game. Because I'm certain I don't remember all my campaigns. Maharashtra. I've got relatively good news for you. You can snake right in the backside of Tamil here. In fact, I could give you a pretty lengthy snake. Depends how long you want this one running through your... Oh my. We could have you be as long as you want straight down there. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Bang. We'll have this for your maintenance if needed as well. And that was completely wrong. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Cheeky, and there's no way they're going to need all that, but different preferences. Not bad, kind of cute in its own way. Alright, give us a 12 length. Our passengers up to about 9 or so. Maybe 8 and a bit. Mail up to 12. 11.9 will do. Go from the central to the other central and back again for maintenance if needed. Activate. Do you remember Riga? I try to forget Riga, thanks. Sri Lanka or Tamil Nadu. In the end, it's all the same, but I just feel like Tamil Nadu is a much better point to go to for these boats. So don't go to Sri Lanka docks, go to Tamil Nadu Central. That was a change done on the mail, and now I need to find one that does passengers. That's passengers. And do the same. No to Sri Lanka, yes to Tamil Nadu, and since they are linked, that's going to dry up all of Sri Lanka's newly established economy and make them entirely dependent on mainland India. Too bad. So you're just going to have a simple Mako running back and forth. Same for passengers. That'll keep Sri Lanka on their toes. I started playing State of Decay 2 months ago. Finding your series on YouTube, says Kitty Memer. Awesome to find you live stream as well. Live streaming first and foremost before any YouTube videos, I'll tell you that much for free. State of Decay 2 is so good, and State of Decay 3 joins that long list of games I'm talking about where they announce it and then you get nothing for a long while. Still though, I will jump on that when it comes out. I just hope that they are able to maintain the magic of State of Decay and their Microsoft money has not clouded their judgment. Right, Bhutan, Nepal, Uttar Pradesh to Pakistan and Bangladesh. That and the stands, I think, are the only places in the whole world that we haven't connected up. The southern states and Montana of America not included, because we don't think about those places. I also haven't made use of the Christ, what's the canal called? Mind, activate. The canal. Suez, there we go. Cribbins, I could actually feel the brick wall in my brain stopping information from processing. Okay. I think a 2-tracker coming out of Bangladesh should suffice here. It goes there. Alright, quick finger in the air chat. Who do we prefer, Nepal or Uttar Pradesh? That's the one who gets the station going through it. And then, of course, we've got to connect to Pakistan. Oh my god. The sheer destruction of Pakistan here is unreal. That's what they get, though. I'm not a complete monster. I will erect a giant statue of me in Pakistan, just so they know who did this to them. There we go, I feel better about it all. Nepal, 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 Nepal. There we go. So, a lot of love for Nepal, none at all for Uttar Pradesh. What do you guys have against Indians? Aside from the obvious. Right, let's come along then. Someday, somehow, I'm going to learn how to do priority lanes. Actually, the Nepalese one fits very comfortably. Oh. Well, it now fits very comfortably between the hotel and the city. Hotels are good and bad. Good for money, but if you don't worry about money, they're very bad. They generate a lot of passengers. They also absorb passengers, so whilst Nepal itself is going to chug out about 444 passengers per month across the whole city, so given our catchment area, we're probably only going to get about 300 of those. So let's say 300. This hotel effectively doubles the amount of congestion that Nepal is going to see. I like the idea that we call it the Nepal Bar, Grill and Rooms, but I've already used that naming convention once for Arizona. And if you're going to have an exception, have one exception. That way you can say it's the exception that proves the rule. Why did you have to bring up State of Decay 2? I've been playing a lot of relaxing games lately, and the nail-biting, ball-busting excitement of State of Decay 2 kinda leaves me a little hungry, you know? Wasn't Heldon meant to play State of Decay 2 someday? Or is this go in Heldon's big book of lies? Oh, it's a big book. It's not the world's longest line, so a very simple single... Not single, I'd want a double bit of maintenance along here. In that case... Yeah, over at Pakistan seems like a fair place for maintenance. But I always like to do signaling before maintenance, so out you come from Bangladesh, through Nepal, and Pakistan out the way. Back we go. I want to have a quick look at these trains and make sure they're actually running. If they are going in and out of Tamil Nadu, then it's a good sign that I didn't completely break everything. I think I've even put in fewer trains than need be. Let's look at that. It's 2 free spaces and you're leaving, so essentially 2.5 for you to come in. Although then again, no one's going to be waiting long in Pakistan. There's almost... Oh god, there's nothing in Pakistan. Okay, I actually need to... I need to invest in Pakistan, which I'm pretty sure the game turns off periodically. What's it called again? Something like fund? Funding buildings, there we go. No, not road reconstruction. That's a troll move, which I don't think we've ever seen, so let's do it, I guess. Alright, Pakistan, don't just spend all this money on fountains. I once did a big cash injection in South America and all they built were bleeding fountains. I don't like doing this for cities, but I'm only doing it because Pakistan will never grow again otherwise. Maybe they're not going to grow again anyway because I built in the center of them. Look, they're not building any houses? This is kind of sad. How much money is it going to take for you to build something? I have a funny feeling that if you build in the center of a city, they actually can't build anything else. Just a suspicion. because I'm sure we would have seen something by now. Create a Pakistan tourism, but well, they're not creating a Pakistani anything here. This could be a problem. A problem that I think I might have a solution to. There you go. Pakistan Central will still work, and as we saw, it was never overclogged. Now, build some anything, please, Pakistan. I just need you to have enough buildings that you can actually generate passengers. Okay, I see you like to build road. I like road too, but I like building more, so... Ah, here we go. They're now erecting a tall office block. If they can just build enough here that they actually start building out here as well, then I can demolish this and reclaim it for Pakistan Central. But look, it does generate 3 out of 8 passengers. Alongside these 2 houses, that will be enough for Pakistan to actually start growing. I hope. Oh yeah, there we go. Trying desperately to grow. Alright, we'll leave Pakistan to its own devices. I wanted maintenance. I want my maintenance here specifically, please. Somewhat symmetrical. Some people tend to get very mad if things aren't aligned like that. Lock you back in like so, and signal accordingly. Okay. Could be all one needs. What length were these again? 7? Looks like 7 to me, so I can just steal that train design. Delete their orders, tell them to go to Pakistan on their way back, maintenance if needed. Nepal, Bangladesh, Nepal, maintenance if needed. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 trains should suffice, especially if they automate and separate. A city with 32 inhabitants generated 12 passengers. That's mighty migration. I'm not even sure if it generated those. I think these are people that... Where did all these people come from? Why'd they get off at Pakistan only to move elsewhere? Actually, I'm at a loss as to why things are being dumped in Pakistan. Who would be leaving them here? Well, if nothing else, Pakistan managed to get its tall office block. Soon they will actually have, well, now they have passengers. Good on them. Eventually, I will probably just forget to tear that down and re-expand Pakistan Central. On the other hand, it is a little bit cool seeing this. It's just also got the lowest throughput of any of the stops here. So it might work against me. Well, not my problem. What happened with Pakistan? So I accidentally demolished too much of Pakistan, meaning it could no longer generate any passengers or mail, meaning it would never grow again. And I suspect it's because I built on the central part of Pakistan. So they kept wanting to build things in the center but couldn't because of my giant station. So I deleted the center of my station. I'm going to let them build up enough to actually have buildings elsewhere. In fact, that'll be done quicker and easier, potentially, if I keep funding new buildings. Come on, Pakistan, hurry up. Pakistan, just this dumping ground of foreign investment. There we go. I have a funny feeling that additional money isn't helping much here. Screw it, they can figure it all out. Right, Uttar Pradesh, you have options, but the only option I'm giving you is going to Nepal. And since I've been doing a lot of maglev around here, I think I'm going to not maglev you and instead give you the tramway. In fact, there's a nice little layout for the tramway right here. And that's not it. Along you come. And since I just really inexplicably like my trams going underground, that's what you'll do. Ah, right. I think the reason I can't tramway these bridges is... Oh, never mind. Oh, super never mind then. I thought it was because they were owned by the government, but no, I was just clearly doing it wrong. Right, Uttar Pradesh. Tram station here. And freight tram station here. Connect it together to make the Uttar Pradesh Plaza. And then as long as you're connected up here, we're Gucci. And maintenance. So to there, and forced maintenance. Automate, separate, and we'll have 4. Ah, hell, we'll have 6 of you. Let's be super generous. Let's not, that's overkill. 4 is fine. Twin Hills passenger thing does the same, but the road vehicle depot gets switched, and we clone 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of you, and we activate. Now, this is why I force them to always go for maintenance. They're following the same path, which is a waste of time on a tram network. We've got 2 sides of the tram, we should use them both. It's actually one of the bigger advantages trams have over trains, in my opinion. But because I force them to go into here, as soon as they do go in, well, would you look at that. Now they take the opposite directions. God, I love trams. I even like real-life trams, this is no joke here. As long as they're good trams, I've been on some crummy ones. I don't know what people see in the San Francisco tram system, but I don't see what people see in San Francisco, period. Okay. The last thing to connect up are the trio of stands, unless I've missed someone, which I have. I've missed Bhutan. Bhutan desires more than anything to just go to Bangladesh. Okay. I like this big slope that you have, but I can't think of a good way to use it. Maybe I can. Let's just destroy some people's livelihoods first. Give them a single track 7 length there right here. Right here. Maintenance out and without going... Oh god, it's up then down. Could we... Oh yeah, there we go. There we go. Out and down and in. Very cute. And there we go. By making a good backbone of a line here, even if it is a bit of extra work, makes it so nice and simple to plug in other cities. Fills me with such a level of accomplishment, and that is what I love to get out of my games. Go from there to there, and maintenance if needed. And now the good people of Bhutan are folded into the Pax Americana. They can go to any country in the whole world. Any country, any city, any whatever we've built up here. Nothing fills the heart of a city more than Jake telling them he'll connect them by tram, because that means he won't destroy the city centre for a train station. I think Bhutan got off quite lightly. I only destroyed one person's house. It sucks if you live here and you want to walk to see your neighbours in this high-rise, because what are your options? Walk across here and get instantly splatted by a 400km/h maglev train. Or you have to walk around, hike up this hill, go round and back down. Well, that's why you shouldn't walk. You should always pay me for the privilege of riding one of my vehicles. And boy, do they pay me. We're almost at the point of making $1 billion a year. We haven't been focusing on industry in a long time because we haven't needed to. And to be honest, I don't think we will. Industry is fun for a wee laugh. And it's certainly fun to set up things like the beating heart of Africa here. I love to see it, but something this game kind of lacks is a means to the end, or an end to the means perhaps. You make loads of money, but there's nothing to spend it on in this game. I wish terraforming were more expensive, or if there was some incredibly expensive way of moving people around. Something that you build up the money towards. That's something that I've been very happy about this campaign for, though, because it's so expensive to fund cities. It's made it necessary to build up decent industry, like the backdoor Terra de Fuego waypoint that brings in all of the industry for the Terra de Fuego steel docks, which is kind of drowning in steel there. But in comes our giant ships. They offload the scrap metal, and it takes a while, but look at the money. And then they load up on steel to bring all the way back to, I forget if it's Central or North America. Making money in itself feels good, but it feels even better when there's actually something you're working towards on it. And Terra de Fuego's been spilling out. Greenland should take notes on how to grow like that. You could use the money and create even more cities. Well, we've colonized this entire world. When we started, all we had were 15 states in the USA. We've expanded to 17 by getting Alaska and Hawaii. But otherwise, we had to build up all the money to do the colonization. What was the first one we did? It was Mexico, right? And then, I honestly can't remember where we went from Mexico. I think we started doing some Canadians. Still though, this has been a huge undertaking, and it's not quite done, but it is almost done. There are a few stannies to link up here, and I need to link in some errant states of the United States. And then I do need to make sure that everywhere is actually connected, because I would not be surprised if there's somewhere I've forgotten. Right, the stannies. How do we connect Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and Afghanistan? They could all go to Pakistan. Heavens knows Pakistan needs some migration there. And it wouldn't be too rough or tough or dangerous to do so. Yeah, I think we might just do that. Keep it simple, stupid. There's no point making these complex setups, only to not take advantage of them. Would like some kind of strange system here that... Ooh! I don't know if I like it, but I had a thought. I don't like it, but I'm going to do it anyway. Afghanistan. Careful what you wish for. 7 is a little long, but that's okay. Okay, ups a daisy. If others could use this loop. Just trying to think something up here, even if I don't know if I like it. It's a very daft loop, bound to make some people at least a little angry. Bring you up a touch. A little little bit more, and certainly get rid of you, and maybe bring you down a touch. And how do you even get out of here? That's right, with the wanton destruction of more of the place. Tajikistan. Okay. And then one more that gets us up to Kyrgyzstan. Kyrgy Island Stan. Whilst we're still thinking about Father Ted. Sucks for any of the ones that wanted to go a bit further north, but from Pakistan they can go to Israel, and from Israel the world's your oyster. Just ask Hamster. Could we have a very cheeky mountain pass all the way through? We can? Wow. I am as happy as I am impressed with that. Also, you don't connect. There's a lot of ways this route doesn't make sense, but that's probably okay. How do you get back out to here? Not another mountain pass you could take, is there? I like it. I'm not sure if I should, but I like it. So you just gotta come out here and along. Gotta make sure this is one way. I don't want anybody taking any weird routes around here. One way here, and here, and here, and here. One way all the way to Tajiki? Yes. Where in the world do these weirdos get their maintenance? Probably out here. They're length 7, so let's just make sure they got plenty of length on them before they rejoin normalcy. Oh, wow, that did connect. Normally I have great problem connecting back into signals there. Okay, length 7, so again we can just steal one of these train designs, end those orders, and they're coming out from here. So I want Afghanistan to there for maintenance if needed, and we're going to have 2 of you. And then we want to clone another train, get rid of those orders, and oh yeah, you should probably, oh you are automated separated, wonderful. In this case, you go to Tajikistan, Pakistan, maintenance if needed. 2 of you go, and we'll have another 1 of you. And you go to Kyrgyzstan, Pakistan, maintenance if needed, automated, separated, cloned, and go. Yeah, no, Pakistan has grown. I don't know if it's actually going to grow beyond this, though. Could be a problem. Because it doesn't really have a way to connect to this part. I didn't think this would be as big a problem as it is. But it is. Give it time, though. Once it's grown the center, it might start growing the outside. I just hope it does. I don't know how it works with disconnected parts. It might be its logic tells it that it can't get to here. Unless maybe I somehow give it a bridge over. Actually, that might make a lot of sense. There we go, let's see if they can use this some way somehow to justify their expansion beyond. And if they can, I'm tearing this down and I'm reclaiming my station. If that ever works. Alright, I'm keen to see this thing actually working. That's a problem. That is a problem. They're all waiting to get into here. Why is that a problem? It's because of this. They need one bit out, or else it doesn't work the way I want it to. So really what they need is something like that. In a way, this kind of works because all I need to do is... Ooh, not that, not that. I need one more bit. Or else it's a 90-degree turn, and we have 90-degree turns verboten. My throughput. Alright, there we go. Now you should be able to take this. Hey. Okay, that worked out better than expected. And look at that, all the people who can come to Pakistan. In fact, a lot of them want to go to Nepal. What's the hold up here? Probably just not enough trains servicing it. But hey, who knows, Pakistan might grow someday. It's actually growing surprisingly fast. Nice, okay. We're gonna have a check, but I actually think with that, we have connected up the whole world. Except for the errant states in the USA. Let's have a look at our map. Well, better with the names of places, that way we can spot if anything's missing. If something is missing, yell it out and we will investigate. Places like Chukotka and Magadan, we can see that there are boats flowing between them. If we wanted to be ultra sure, we do have this map that shows the connections. I think this map looks better. The biggest city is without a doubt Greenland. Town directory tells us, sorted by population, top 3 are Greenland, Liberia and Tierra del Fuego. Not surprising, since we did say that those would be our star players that would receive all the resources they want to grow. All these guys are done by boats, it carries on. Okay. It's fine to me. Why is Malaysia in Singapore? It's just too close. Looks fine to me though. Yeah, there we go. Singapore is more down here. This is fine for Malaysia. I'm just trying to check and see if anything has been missed, because I would not tolerate such a thing, but only if I know about it. I know where I took care of all of Africa and South America and the old America are a distant dream by now. Dang, look at this. I like it. I like it a lot. This is kind of the end result that I was looking for. Now, it's not without its problems. Anything that is red, orange, or yellow is something that is overloaded, meaning it needs additional services, more trains, more tracks, more something to move people around. But that's not surprising, because the entire population of the world can go from anywhere to anywhere. So if we find some place, let's say, here we go, Western Australian docks. Lots of people here. Where do they want to go to? Well, everywhere really. We have people sitting in Western Australia that want to go to the USCA, Uttar Pradesh, the Ukraine, Sweden, everywhere. I'm not sure if there's anywhere on this list that doesn't exist on our map. It's in a strange, what is it? I think it's in reverse alphabetical order. A lot of people wanted to go to the middle of nowhere, Russia. It's the hottest place to be. And say little of the Amazon boxes that need to be delivered. Mail is backed up more than most things across the world. Actually, I could probably make a more flattering map if I subtly ignore, well, first, disable everything. Passengers look okay. Adding mail adds quite a bit of redness to it. I probably don't have the right ratios for moving mail around, but that could be sorted with some designated mail hauling. What is this incredibly struggling part here? What am I not seeing? I think these are people wanting to go from Omsk. Oh dear lord. All the people of Omsk wanting to go to Kurgan, and I have a funny feeling there's nowhere near enough buses for that. Actually, it's not that there's near enough, they're broken. Well, this is why we check these things. What's their problem? Did I build this Kurgan line today or something? Because they can't actually get to where they need to go. Not the world's hardest thing in the world to solve, but it's still unpleasant for them. Actually, I think they're all stuck, aren't they? Yeah, none of them can get to here thanks to this. Okay. Don't you worry, girly. I've got you sorted. All the Russian buses are broken. What a shock. Actually, this bus is ultra broken. Vehicle needs repair. Max speed reduced to 10 kilometers per hour. You could get out and walk faster than this bus. But it'll... Uh-oh. Oh, we have a bit of a problem here. I forbid you from going across here. There we go. You're just asking for trouble if you have roads intersecting with railways. The railway will come and smash your road vehicle to bits. And you probably don't want that. I know I don't. Just pushing that bus around, it's like our Persian run of Hearts of Iron 4 all over again. Okay, there's only one thing I have left to fix before I'm calling this one a wrap, unless somebody is desperate for something to be fixed or tweaked or added or whatnot, which I wouldn't say no to. I mean, if you've sat around for the 100 hours or so that I've played of OpenTTD, I should throw you some kind of bone. The problem is America, funnily enough, where it all began. America isn't actually all connected to everything. We have Arizona to California and Washington. I'm pretty sure British Columbia is Canadian. Idaho, that's all okay. Montana, Minnesota, and Iowa, and Texas and Florida are not connected to the Pax Americana, despite it being called the Pax Americana. Missouri is... Iowa is not, I think. Iowa's just dealing with them. Now, what are these, though? Where are you going? No, I tell a lie. I think Iowa is actually connected up. Barely, using these ancient brass monkey vehicles. Oh no, they just go from Iowa Center to Iowa East, so I actually need to link up Iowa as well. Texas and Florida are really egregious offenders here. The problem is often America. Right, I gotta hand it to Arizona. They've grown amazingly, despite Arizona being, as we know, such an incredibly cold climate. They're still able to pack up and keep warm. Credit to the people of Arizona. It was also, I believe, the first hotel we found. That's why it's the Arizona Bar, Grill and Rooms Central. Hearing Iowa mispronounced this many times must be giving Goka heart palpitations. It's got an I, an O, a W, and an A. How is it not Iowa, unless it's somehow a lowercase l they're starting with? Right, Texas. Texas, Texas, Texas. Not to mention Florida. Florida already has their docks. But Florida can be very, very easily fixed. All I need to do is grab the Tampa dock and link them into Maryland, so might as well start with the easiest stuff. I don't have a good reason or excuse why I never bothered to link up these American states, just was not a necessity, so we didn't. We'll get the so-called fast ferry on this one, because of its enormous capacity. But is so slow, the ducket is so fast. Screw it, let's have it ducket. We need freedom speed engaged. I wonder if you would get lost on the way to Maryland. You might, so take the boy first. Get up to Maryland Central, and back again, of course. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There's probably plenty of people wanting to move around here. And then get on mail with the same ducket. Copy that order. Copy that boat. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's probably plenty. Automate, separate, activate. And there we go. Whether they want to or not, Florida Man is going to be exposed to the rest of the Americas. I'm also really impressed with Florida's growth. Look at it, it's really keeping to the state very nicely. Orderly gridded as well, as I would expect all American cities to do so. Yeah, I don't speak English simplified. I like to call it simplified English. You're too true with that. Excellent on the scrap metal. And you're not piling up on it. Oh, that's good. The Florida boneyard giving us what we need. Now, how about messing with the Texans? This is another simple enough one to do, because all I really need to do is connect Austin or Dallas Plaza to a dock, because there's already an inner city transport around Texas. We can barely see it, but there it is, linking around, just like we had the one linking around here in Florida. But now you're connected up there. Where do we bring you to? Mexico doesn't have a dock, but I might just ship all the Texans down to the USCA. Yeah, in a way we need to return Texas to Central America. So, might as well do it from Austin. Get rid of you, bring in our port with Austin Plaza, and down we go to USCA. You might wonder why there's a USCA when we have a Cuba and a Mexico and a Texas. In the case where we had a lot of tight joke countries connected together, we just united them. That's why we have USCA, that's why we have Yugoslavia, and that's why we have Israel. And there are probably other examples that have passed me by now. So USCA is probably... Oh, we already have Cuba boy. We'll make use of that then. Just doing this run to make as many enemies as we can, you have to understand. Where's that Cuba boy? There you are. Down to USCA we go. And Cuba boy on the way back. 2, 3, 4... This is mail, right? 6 is plenty. 6 is probably overkill. You take the same order, and we'll clone you. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Automate, separate, even though I know you struggle with that. And activate. Joke countries. Well, they're sure not serious, right? It's a very strange little connection we made long ago, but we do have the Arkansas Metro connection. Actually, this used to be done on narrow gauge rail. I think now it's done on Metro, and you can tell it's working a lot better than the old narrow gauge did. In this mod, the Iron Horse, we have narrow gauge railways, but they suck. They're so bad. The trains that you get on these things are not very powerful, very slow, and in the end they still take up the same amount of space as building, well, just a general railway, for example, or even the mod's own dedicated high-speed railway. Why you would ever use narrow gauge? Probably just a flavor thing, if I had to guess, and I do. I'm surprised Jake didn't consolidate Sweden, Norway, and Denmark into Scandinavia. Too much space. I even feel bad about having Norway and Sweden just be Norway and Sweden. There's a lot of wasted space up here. But if industry had spawned here in a considerably better way, it could have been turned into a big industrial park. Thing is, we don't need the money. I do like the way Denmark's growing, though. I didn't throw Denmark much of a bone. In fact, I turned half the city into their own take on the Morrison's car park. But even so, those Danes, not only did they grew very well, right into Skåne as well. I like it when, maybe not games play themselves, but when things just evolve in this way. I believe the term is emergent gameplay, except in this case it's not gameplay, it's just emergent map. Right, who still needs to be brought forcibly into the fold here? We can see that... did I not actually connect Michigan? Michigan has this connection for... it's empty, but I'm pretty sure this is milk or food. It's food. We're processing all the horses from down here into horse burgers, and then Michigan eats them up. Good for them, but they need to be folded into the greater collective here. Where do the people of Michigan want or deserve to go? Quebec? Nobody deserves to go to Quebec, so of course Michigan's going to have to go there. Okay, how are we going to bring you in, Michigan? He's thinking. This is why it's good to set up these kinds of networks before, not after you have this kind of problem. Sucks that I have Michigan Center that just takes the food, but hey ho. Do the Faroe Islands exist in this game? We'd have to bring them onto the map, because no, they do not. There's no Orkney or Shetlands either. But the islands are pretty small in the grand scheme of things, so it's forgivable that they're not on the map here. Although we got a little bit of the Western Isles. But bringing them onto the map is as easy as 1, 2, 3. Well, you just erect them like so. We could add ourselves an Orkney here, Shetland there, and then, given time, the world will colour them in for us. But I'm not doing that. Oh my goodness! There is the Isle of Man, and this wasn't even me. The game decided to build a bridge over to it. Specifically, the Northern Irish are laying claim to the Isle of Man. And there are actually 1, 2, 3 valid building areas here. They could colonize the Isle of Man. Scotland at 42, England 19, ROI 25, Northern Ireland 28. It's not fair though, because I gave Scotland all the resources, well, some of the resources they need to grow. I am hard pressed to think how to fold Michigan in. I think I see it now. I don't want to put ugly maglev in here, considering that America is all about the straight and narrow railway construction, but can I add you here? Station spread, too much. Too much for this, even? That's kind of good. Can I get rid of you and add you? And then get rid of you? Whether you want it or not, I'm bringing you in, Michigan. And they probably really do not want. Oh damn, I'm gonna be destroying the road they have here. That is almost certainly going to be insufficient. Forgive me, people of Michigan. I was hasty. At least I didn't kill anybody this time or tear down their homes. It's not easy to get them out of there. And courtesy of some of the station spread, I could, however, drive them over to Albany. Or even put an extra... Ooh, that would work actually. Oh yeah, that would work. Sweet, okay. plan is thus. This area that I conveniently left for future use will now be used. You're all part of New York Central now. Come in that way, come out that way. Maintenance if needed right here. And we're going to take you from... Are you part of the Central? Oh my god, it's so busy here. Is anybody here really that attached to Detroit? Because I don't think I am. In fact, I feel like I'm decidedly not. Are you part of Detroit Plaza as well? Okay then. Get out, get out, get out. Bye-bye, Detroit. There we go. Everybody became happier. Everybody liked that. Detroit Plaza. Double down on Detroit Plaza. Make sure it's one way. I wonder if they're going to make use of this. Okay, good. As long as they stop making use of this. There we go. Right before they could get the option to do so. Now, Detroit Plaza is going to bring them over to New York. I don't know how many buses run from Detroit to New York. Probably too many. But they're still on really old, crappy buses here. What is this? The Glenmore Coach. The Glenmore Coach runs in diesel, goes 88 km per hour and carries 30 people. The Topley does 72 at 88, but I prefer the Action Coach because it goes much faster. Point is, Action Coach goes from Detroit Plaza over to New York Central. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 of them. And we're going to get the Little Duke as well. Little Duke will take the same order and we'll clone you to be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of you. On you go. There's probably going to be a problem not being able to distribute people out of Detroit fast enough, but you know whose problem that isn't? Mine. Leave it to the people of Michigan. Believe in them. That hooks Michigan in. We can now see that the line connected up to the Pax Americana. And what a Pax Americana. I am bamboozled as to why this is so packed though. What is your problem? Did I break something on this line? Did I ever actually start this line? Oh, well, there's the problem right there. Wait, maybe that's the problem there. Is anybody else on this line? Now, Paul, how many trains do you have? A bunch of them, and none of them are doing anything. You're all meant to be active, but something ain't right here. For one, you're trying to leave there and go to... I think I gave you the wrong maintenance order. Right, how about you just return? You obviously can't as well, so you just return 2. And what's your problem? Waiting for a free path to go to Uttarp. I think I got their maintenance things the wrong way around. Best thing to do is just destroy all of them. Do that when they're paused. Destroy all of you, destroy all of you, take you, and I'll just redo your route. So I know you're in here, and that means your order should be... Pakistan. Oh, hang on. That's the problem. Pakistan shouldn't be your first order. That's probably the mistake I made last time. In that case, I want you out here. I'm going to clone you, like so. I'm going to get rid of you. Now let's try this again. You're here, so that means I want you in Nepal. Bangladesh. Then you turn around at Bangladesh, go back to Nepal, get maintenance if required, go to Pakistan, get maintenance if required, and all back. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, because everything is mega clogged. And that is why we check the map periodically, because if something is that dark red, it probably means something is broken or it's incredibly overloaded. I'll buy that that's probably incredibly overloaded, but this one was certainly broken. That's just a lot of people wanting to go to Morrison's car park, isn't it? Yes, oh wait, no, that's actually wanting to go to the Iberian Exchange. Is it the male that wants to go to Morrison's car park? A few, quite a lot want to go elsewhere. Okay. Who else was still to be seen around here in the United States? Iowa. Minnesota and Montana. I think those three, and we are game, set, and match. Montana looks like an easy fix. I mean, for one, it's already got a pretty good metro system without people waiting around, so it would be as simple as linking the Boneyard up to Alberta. And I like that idea. But how do we link the Boneyard up to Alberta? He's not entirely sure. Since it's just a one-way thing, I could actually loop this with an additional metro, since Montana is all about having awesome metro systems as far as I'm aware. Right. How's this going to work out? I can bring you a little further down here. I can link up the Boneyard Metro with you. That was a Metro one, right? Yeah, good. I like my Metros underground, so... Down you come, across you go. How far along can I bring this Metro underground? A fair bit. So I need to only bring you down a touch. Then bring you in with Alberta Central. This river is something of a distraction. A distraction which I have a plan for. Now, I don't think I can bridge... Wait, I can bridge a metro. Madness. Well, I suppose it's not entirely mad. I've known bridge metros. Heck, I ride one quite a bit. But this does conveniently bring you back out to the Boneyard. Especially if we destroy you. And that allows you to cycle pretty easily between the two. And on top of that, I can give you, well, firstly signaling. Especially if you're actually connected. Whoa, 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 that's not what I wanted. I think I started hitting this screenshot button. Must have been like Control S or something. Probably. Still, you have your signals going all the way around now. All the way in. And I can't put maintenance there. It would be a 90 degree turn rather, so I'll just slam you there. And very simple, get ourselves the tide away for mail. It goes there, and then maintenance if needed. And then you are taking the same order. And then we clone you, you. I don't think I'll even auto-separate them, that just asks for trouble. And I'm glad to see they're not crashing. It's been a surprisingly not crash-happy campaign this. But simple as that, that's going to bring the people of Montana over to Alberta Central, which is connected to the Pax Americana. Get a train across the channel. Channels need quite a run-up. I mean, I could put a train here, but I think I'll pass on that. I like my Morrison's car park as it is. The Isle of Man will ever become populated here. You might think it's too small for it, and I would have thought it was too small for it until I saw Hawaii colonizing these little corner bits here. I think they actually used to have a rugby stadium right here that actually stretched out into the water, but they did it away for someone's house. Hawaii is definitely over-serviced here by non-profitable lines, but that's okay. Plenty of profit is made off of industry, and indeed all other packs. If you group your vehicles, you can tell which industries are making the good money. There's a lot of vehicles I have not grouped since making them, but of the ones I have grouped in packs, they make reasonable money on the trains, and reasonable money on the road vehicles. But really, it's hard to deny the power of industry. Especially that steel stuff. I see some early advice about using the FURS mod is get on the steel industry, and I can see why. The money you make off of steel inflates so hard. Right, Minnesota, Iowa. I need you guys folded in, and we are done like dinner. But how? This is Minnesota. It's not even growing, it's so malnourished. You are Iowa, and where can I even plug you in? Sadly, the Minnesota horse market does not count as a connection. This is all cargo stuff running along here. The reason America, well, the big reason that America is such a mess is that everything was built out of necessity when we needed it at the start, with the sole aim of making lots of money rather than having a particularly good transport network. So a lot of the stuff is not quite so fit for purpose, but at the time, it was there to make us money. If we cast our mind all the way back to getting the Maryland docks goods out of these horrible vehicles that both push and pull for some reason, that was to bring farming and engineering supplies down so that our colliery works. What else? Oh yeah, Christ, bringing it along to this farm so we can bring up the dairy farm livestock to be culled. And of course the beating heart of America and its 10,000 tons of steel. Feels like yesterday, I think it was 2 months ago, Ninja. But I do share the feeling there. Still doesn't answer how I connect these people up. I am looking for a way and I'm not seeing it. Arizona, I think, has already reached its logical extreme, but if it hasn't, I'd be more than happy to work with that. Arizona, yeah, it's already reached length 16 there, and unless I tore down some of Arizona, they couldn't exactly link up there. The Okies, on the other hand, is always home in Oklahoma. Crisscross Bridge? I reckon so. Tell you what, we're gonna have the first monorail of America working here. We'll give you a 2-track 7-lengther rather than a 5-lengther, because these guys are malnourished in this regard. I don't want maglev here. Maglev is a purely Asian thing now. We're gonna bridge over here. Oh wow, you can bridge over... Oh no, I already destroyed the house. Never mind then. I was all ready to be impressed there. Now... Minnesota, Iowa. How do we get through to you? I reckon along here is an idea, so it's what we're going to do. Catchy tunes. Right, can we go under without this being a problem? I dare to say we can. Swell. I'll have these be the same length just so they don't feel left out. Now, how about you? I see that we have far too many just statues around here. So, kaboom. Can we drop this down? We can. Get rid of you. You see, I'm doing this for your own good. Wait, why is that a tunnel? Oh, it's because of you, right? There we go. We'll just bring this up. Fortunately, the road vehicles are smart enough to redirect. Still not working there for some reason. There we go. And that's the wrong thing to tunnel. Alright, swell. Now that pops us out to create our Iowa Central. Which makes me think, why even pop it up? Oh, probably because we'd have problems with lowering this land, wouldn't we? Considerably. There's your Iowa Central, which we already had, for some reason calling a Plaza Central, but I don't think I'd solidified my Plaza naming convention by then. Continue along, tunnel our way through yet more. That's quite a lot more, but not opposed to the idea of destroying more of Minnesota. I knew someone from Minnesota long, long ago. Right, crunch. Close. Almost. There we go. As long as we have space for a crisscross. That way we can make use of both of these, of course. This is no Minnesota West. I know it's a bit far out, but bow down to your new Central. As long as there's somewhere for these weirdos to get some maintenance along the way, which granted doesn't look that simple, does it? Okay, if you want maintenance, come out this way. Bridge all the way along here. Maintenance, maintenance. Come on out and then rejoin, and I should have done that after the signaling. Along, 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 along. Something I truly love about this JGR patch is the fact that the signals carry on across bridges and tunnels. If you're not playing with this patch, this tunnel would count as one big signal unit, and that would be pretty bad and hurt the throughput considerably. But it works just fine as is. Okay, let's link up the last place into the Pax Americana, Iowa and Minnesota. Don't know if anyone's from those places, or if they can tell us anything about it, but I suppose it's trivial at this point. Up we go to length 7, to Okie, to Iowa, Minnesota, back to Iowa, and maintenance if needed. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of you. Automate, separate, activate, done. I think you didn't put a cross before Iowa. It would be bad to put a cross here. I definitely don't want that. Imagine there are two trains coming along this way, and there's a cross here, and one goes in here, and then one goes in here. And now a train that wants to come this way is blocked. No, I do not want crosses in the central stations, just at the end points, so that they can use both of them, and then they use this cross to double back onto the correct line. I hear a certain cheese-loving American is Minnesota. How can an American love cheese? Wouldn't it be constant torture seeing all that processed slop that you have there? Dread to imagine. Alright. There we go. Done and dusted. And yet all I can see are things to fix, optimize, add to, but that's going to be a Jake problem, or rather a future Jake problem. Bring this all the way out and maybe pan away from hearing all the ding 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 of the boats, which I thought I'd disabled. Actually, I think that's Metro Ding Ding, which shares the same noise. Dang, this is a fair undertaking. I don't know how long I thought this would take, but in the end... Oh my god, why is Italy so red? Is there actually something broken there? No, I do see trains going down. It's just that Italy is such a place for people to be that there's not enough, nowhere near enough people going down there. Is that right? How many of you want to go to Italy? 1,000 people want to go to Italy, and it's not new. Okay, I shouldn't distract myself with such things. I could work on it forever. And heaven knows there are probably people out there with several hundred hours saves in this game of their perfect networks that they make. And since there is a way to have this game go all the way down to the point where it's minute by minute, I gotta steer clear of that temptation, because that could definitely draw me in. I must say, your American rail system certainly is better than my American rail system here is dog dirt. It's so bad. Almost none of these routes aren't completely clogged. In fact, the only ones that aren't are the ones I just newly built, and they will get clogged in due time. But maybe that's what you're getting at. Actually, truth be told, the Alaska line has always held out very well, despite being a very popular place for people to go. Alaska Central is kept nice and neatly clean. Most places are filled up with thousands of people. The reason things fill up so much is because I'm using cargo dist, which means every package of mail and every passenger has a specific destination they want to go to. Normally in this game, what you can do is, if somebody is spawned in Alaska, you could take them anywhere. You could take them 3 tiles away to the east, or you could take them to the other end of the world. They wouldn't care, and they would pay you depending on the distance and speed. But with cargo dist on, every single passenger and every single piece of mail has a specific destination. We just saw a bit of mail generated that wanted to go to Hawaii, and we see quite a lot wanting to go to Fairbanks, and some to Anchorage. A lot of people actually just want to go to Anchorage there. Oh, that's because I've got it sorted by destination. Whoops. No, that's what I wanted, isn't it? Well, it doesn't matter. Point is, anybody can go anywhere, and it's up to them. Now that you've got the basics down, you can start connecting all the industries to the cities. Every single one. How about no? I don't think there's any perfect solution to that, because in the end, cities, as they grow and grow, they want more and more. Greenland is without a doubt the city we've poured the most resources into, and yeah, they get more than 10 times as many passengers and mail as they desire, and they get 10 times as many fish, fruit, or livestock that they want, about 5 times as much coal, ore, or sand, 10 times as many chemicals, engineered supplies, and steel, and 10 times the other goods. So definitely vastly oversupplied on Greenland. I wonder if the same could be said about Liberia. Yeah, Liberia has actually outgrown the amount of fish, fruit, and livestock that they get. Same with China, ore, and sand. That is why Liberia stalled on their growth. That and the fact that I don't bring around enough people. So, unlike, say, Patrician 4, I don't think there's a perfect equilibrium that you can meet in this game. Although, I'm sure more intelligent minds than mine can be put towards figuring that out. Iberia, that's... It does feel like Iberia slacks a fair bit. And they're really backing up at the exchange, but I reckon that's lack of boats rather than anything else, right? No, we can't. If I just keep looking at those, I'll keep seeing things that I want to improve. as it is, what I should do is get rid of all these signs, because they kind of clutter up the map, and instead enjoy the Great Pax America. I think... Oh. Why is Sumatra not green? Normally everywhere is green if it has a functioning... I don't know why you're not green. But that is Sumatra docks. Okay, never mind. Like I said, the more I look at the map, the more these kinds of things are going to make me go, yeah. I think it's because it only has a dock, or something like that. What was I trying to say before I got distracted there? Probably something like, it's been 100 years since we started the map. I think my crappy story here was that the Great Depression actually destroyed the whole world except for America in 1930. And here we are almost in 2030 with America having recolonized the entire world. So even though we have the real world regions and countries, it's not as we know them today. They're all full of Americans. And perhaps that's the most distasteful thought that we should have to end this all. So let's save it all up. Freedom delivery, 2026. Did we actually start in 1930? We did. Crikey. Made quite a few saves on this one by now. Yeah, America got you stick. That must be a hell of a big truck. Okay, we're not done though, are we? Because there's something we do whenever we finish our long plays. As we let this one plug away, let's get ready for the next vote, shall we?